All right. I'm sorry about that. I was wondering why I can't hear myself. Okay, so basically, I don't know why I did not press that button, but anyway, let me start. I was saying that hoping that you guys can hear me. I think I said a whole bunch of things, but my audio on the mixer was off. I always forget to do that, but I hope I pressed the right button now. Please just do let me know if you can hear me so that we can start. I saw a comment from Sereo saying that there is no audio, but please, if there is still no audio, just let me know. I think there was something I did not press, and I I pressed it now. Okay. From my side, okay, we're good now. From my side, I can hear it's good. It's just at one point I didn't correct. Let me go back. I was saying that good morning, guys. I hope you guys have had a good morning, a good night. Yesterday was rather very interesting, so it is still going to get more interesting today because what we heard from Madlanga when they concluded yesterday, he said that we thought we don't have a lot. They could have concluded yesterday, so there's still a lot of information to go through, so they're coming back today. Now, Madlanga said one thing in particular is just that we don't have enough time, but I'm going to try to go through the videos. He complained about the fact that you have generals, lieutenant general, major general. We know Senona belongs to the KZN, the head of the Hawks. This one, Richard Shibiri, he's the one for crime, organized crime, the head of organized crime nationally. These two generals are afraid to read out or are afraid that a certain name that they've mentioned would be aired out. Now, Madlanga says, how can it be that we have generals who are supposed to be brave and protect? I mean, if you get that position of a general, it means you are someone who's well qualified. You are not afraid of just a mere dangerous man. You are there to serve and protect the people of South Africa. But here we have a bunch of coward generals who are saying that, well, I don't mind you continuing with the testimony, but just don't touch on a certain name. I have two video clips that I want to focus on. One is the one of Senona when he was reading that message from General Mkwanas, and the other one, I just want to start with this one, the complaint by Commissioner Madlanga on the fact that why are generals afraid to call out certain names? It's a big worry, and if it continues, it shows that we are not protected. But please listen to this.
Has been played, I think, yeah.
Indeed.
Yes. But I just want to make this observation, though. I know the general is human, like all of us, and as such, he should be concerned with his personal safety. But this is the second general who is scared to mention the name or names of certain people. I find this, and I'm sure my co-commissioners share this, I find this quite concerning. The general is the head of organized crime in the country, and the other general is the head of IPID. I'm sorry, the DPCI, the Hawks. That's actually what I have in my head of KZN, and the Hawks or the DPCI exist also to fight organized crime. So it's quite concerning that people who head organized crime should be so fearful of people who are alleged to be or are said to be within the organized crime. It's quite concerning. So who will freely fight organized crime if people at that level are so fearful just to mention the names of people who are alleged to be players in that environment? It's quite concerning. But I do say what I said, or what I prefaced my concern with, which is, yes, the general is only human, and yes, the general should be fearful for his own safety, I would imagine. But that does not detract from the concern that I have. Who then is going to fight organized crime, and how? Perhaps I hope we will find a way of dealing with this subject as part of the investigation that we are dealing with or engaged in. And I see the general is smiling. I do not know whether that's because he wishes to say something, but I have expressed my concerns. And General, I mean it when I say perhaps, because it appears that you are indeed fearful. And the other general was also quite fearful, we could tell. I repeat that perhaps it's a subject that needs to be looked into, that needs to be seriously investigated. Ms.
So that is the point about these generals being afraid of an alleged criminal. So how dangerous is the man if we have generals that are not willing to say out his name? Well, I do want to put one and one together and see if we can come up with an answer. So during during the testimony of Lesija Senona, the Lieutenant General Lesija Senona, the one who's heading the Hawks in KZN. I don't know how far he is now, but the last time they made sure that he's vacating that office. So anyway, there was a message that was sent by General Mkhwanazi after the testimony of Ket Matlala. Now, Mkhwanazi sends a message to Senona because it is Senona that introduced this meeting of the two. Now, in that message, there was a certain name that when reading the message, Senona kept saying that, well, can I not call out this name? And he actually went further by, while reading the message, when he came to that name, he said the old man. And then he wanted to proceed until the commissioner said, well, we have to go and look at that matter. They came back and said, Senona, you must proceed and read out the message. This is not coming from you, it's coming from Mkhwanazi, so you must read that name. And then he continued to read it. But I'm not sure if that name is the same name with the one that has been mentioned by Shibiri. But anyway, listen to this.
Could you read the WhatsApp exchange that was sent to you, the message? And can you read it from the beginning to the end?
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning once more. Hi, General. I trust you are well. You made arrangements that I meet this guy, Cap, because he is your friend and brother, and he needed my help to speak to Lieutenant General Kua to place orders on his contract. He volunteered an information about a house address in Sandton, where Sibia collects money using the state vehicle, and that he paid 2 million towards Sibia's purchase of his plot. He also told me about Sibia's townhouse. The fact that he is the one who introduced our meeting to the ad hoc committee and lied under oath. He invited me to make public the information that he gave me, which will put his life at risk.
Underline that part, which will put his life at risk. How dangerous are these people, or is this person like really? Even Mkwanazi says, which will put his life at risk. But continue.
I am still going to that committee, and I hope he doesn't mind me exposing him to both Sibia and Steve Mutumi. I hope you won't be.
Well, that is the name that he refused to mention. And finally, when compelled to continue and mention that name, he said Steve Mutsumi. I do not know Steve Mutsumi. Most people do not. The same with Angwani Maumela. A lot of people don't even have the picture of a mere picture, if not AI generated. They don't have anything about this. Mainstream media, we have never seen any report about this. Now, a general says, I'm not willing to mention this name. Another general from KZN, Mr. Mkwanazi, says, I hope he doesn't mind if I'm going to mention his name, which is going to put his life at risk. Mkwanazi does mention the name on the message, but it is accompanied by which is going to put his life at risk. This man did not even want to touch that name. He refused. He called it the old man, and I wonder if Steve Mutsumi is older than this general. If he is the man that they are referring to. Now, he refused to mention it. Compared, he did. The other one, that side, there is a call that was recorded. He says, well, you can do anything, but do not mention a certain name. Again, I'm not sure if this name is the same as the other one, but we have a bunch of cowards as our generals. I mean, these people are not willing to go out there and die for the badge. They are saying, if it is the badge, I'd rather take it off and put it there and let me leave, because I am not willing to leave this world because I'm brave. Such a shame. Anyway, let us continue with that video.
Blame me for risking his life because I have to tell the truth about our meeting. If he thinks he can fool the committee, it's okay, but I will not say much, but to simply play a recording of our meeting verbatim, because I have the record. What is worse is that after you told me about the discussion between you and him regarding Nengi, I asked you about your relationship with him. I still don't know how the two of you met to discuss about Nangi care. Besides the voice recording, cellular phone triangulation and my vehicle tracker, including access footage, will confirm the date and time of our meeting. And for his own sake, I hope that those timelines are in line with what he said before the committee in relation to his arrest. This is the man who says he met you 7 years ago, which is contradicting what you told me, that you grew up together. I guess this will be caused clear as the investigation continues.
pardon me today. It's good that you guys are letting me know on the comment section. I've had a rough day yesterday on the road, so I'm a bit scruffy today. I'm trying to get some energy, but my apology for that. I will fix it. So I had muted it. I wasn't aware, but I'm back. Anyway, I was saying that I was responding to a question by Kiabo to say who's coming today. It is Shibiri is still coming today. So pardon me for that. I've got a lot of buttons. Some I should not be pressing, but I keep pressing them. So it's just a today matter, but it will be fixed. Anyway, I was asking a question from a question from Kiabo, who was saying who's coming, and I was saying it's Shibiri. So going back to the issue of Lieutenant General Lesija Senona, just to conclude, Lesija is talking about Steve Mutsumi. He did not want to mention that name. He was so scared. The man was shaking when they were forcing him to mention, but he ended up mentioning because they said to him, "You have to mention because it did not come with you." And then you have the other gentlemen. We don't even have to call these people gentlemen. All of them who are afraid to come up with names are cowards. Because as a policeman, we grew up fearing them, knowing that don't go closer to a policeman. But these ones have a lot of money. They are calling it loans. The only way you are going to be afraid of a certain criminal, a so-called criminal or a dangerous man, it's because of infiltration. The more you become friends or closer with them, is the more you are not going to have the guts to say, I can do what I want. Mkwanazi did tell us that, well, I'm putting it out there, but he never mentioned it. And my worry is that when Mkwanazi says to Senona that I hope he doesn't mind Sibiya, that I'm going to put him in trouble, his life is going to be in danger because of this certain individual, which is Steve Mutsumi. When that happens, even Mkwanazi, who is the brave guy, we know that we are dealing with a problem. But let us go to the audio. The time is, today is there is a lot of information to share. Unfortunately, the time keeps on running, and it seems as if like it's not enough. There is no enough time, but it is 6 minutes past 9. So in the next 24 minutes, we are starting to listen to that submission by testimony by Richard Shibiri. So guys, please do not forget to click the like button. Thank you very much for coming. We are about to wrap up this whole thing of generals afraid of the so-called dangerous men. If it was me, after the recommendation, the generals that are cowards, we remove them, demote them. If that was allowed, to demote these people so that they cannot hold the status of a lieutenant general or anything that has to do with generals because they are afraid. Anyway, Madlanga does mention it, and after doing that, they say, let us play the audio. The audio where Richard Shibiri said, I've never mentioned a name of Julius, and said that Julius is closer to Sibiya, is closer to Zayn Ngumalo. They said to him, we are giving you a chance. Do you want to retract that and say, well, actually, I might have lied when I said I never said that. The man was persistent. He said, I am not retracting anything. Let us listen to the call, because he did not know that there was a call that was recorded. Oh boy, were we coming for something, because witness A did record, and that record is exposing the so-called general. Please listen to this.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh. Yeah, plus for the tips, we will recover fully. Yes. Kambe general usebenzisa amadasi ngisakhumbula kahle.
Bengimasebenzisa manje ngeke ngisawasebenzisa but manje is back to square one. Angithi manje bengibona eduze ngingaboni kude.
Yes.
Ngane Madlanga but ukubona ngifaka amadlasi manje isivayisa veza ngizobona ngidrive ngingafaka amadlasi but
Oh yeah.
kufanele ngifake ama-ridiculous hayi yinye indaba but at least ngoba last thing bengiye eMpumalanga ngine-meeting I was totally not okay because bengingaboni udark and ngihamba lapha kuSukuman's Drift lapha ngingaboni i-white lake ngithi hayi
And akumele usidrivele ngaleso sikhathi.
yeah yiyo lento iyenza ukuthi manje yeah because ngoSeptember bangitshela ukuthi I must do this game.
Yes.
But I was reluctant
Mm.
and ngisaba
Mm.
then mabangitshela futhi bengaya kumunye professor bathi Professor Mayet lapha eGarden City.
Yes.
Uyaphethe nalezi St. John's yesebhara la.
Yeah, ngiyayibona.
Yeah, and uyaphethe ophthalmology yesivet. So ngaya kuye wangiyenza but for now it's just smaller things lapha nalaphana kunephuma i-TS and then but
Chair, I've just paused it so that we can maybe try and follow on the transcript as well. You would have heard what witness A says, that the sound is not so great at the beginning of the audio. So that is CJC 98, Chair, and that is
Page 76.
page 76, and the English is the one just before that, CJC 97.
Page 76. Thank you, Mr. Gilsnube.
Chair, maybe we can just find your place before we start it. And I think it is just at the point where the general is speaking about the sunglasses. So that would be on 78. Sorry, General, if you could also just switch off your microphones, I believe it also has an impact.
ubona manje ngikhiphele yinye the last one i-patch ngifaka ama-sunglass manje but ngiyasaba ukuphumela ngaphandle ngoba hayi the sun is very scarp.
Yeah. No, but kune hope ngoba ubona ama specialist angazi mangabe ngizokhuluma ngathi ama specialist ashapho. Yeah, no general ba ungifonela uKennel officing late that week. Yeah, but ngamtshela ukuthi no ifamily yatshelwa ukuthi ususpect wethu kuphi. Plus ama lawyer futhi nawo ngasakhona ukwatshela the same night.
Yeah, no, awona labantu bayithanda idrama ngithi this guy kube kwi-group e-1 nokumswazi.
Oh.
I'm sure they are five. They are they were five. They are having other companies together also, or mining rights together.
Oh yes. Yeah, because ngimo asho ukuthi une interest kwi mining.
Yeah, somewhere ku Rustenburg naseBrad.
Yeah. Why mention a lot of line?
Yeah, there is this other guy, who's there. He's also staying in Sandton. He's a Zulu guy, the tall one.
Yes.
And then he's close to Malema. So Malema is close to Uspi. So that is how this thing goes, to say whatsoever. What. So, ngiyazi noma athi ngize lapho ufuna ukumbuza ukuthi uthumile manje kwenzakalani whatsoever, so that naye ngiyazi ukuthi akayifuneli ukuthi ayise lapha ku-NASCOM.
Yes.
This other side. So sizothini is how we live, but as long as we are safe.
Yes.
So mina bengicabanga ukuthi maybe it's links to ama-taxi but ngathi abantu kuma-taxi baphuma umuntu asele ayilaphana ayenza i-problem uJoe plus nalapho ma-extortions is there these boys bakhe bafanas and what but ngizibuza to okay so ngithi hayi tjena nginikeza isikhathi I will give you feedback later or else if you are in a hurry you can phone ukhumala ukusendela i-report mina
Yes.
but ngathi ngabona ukuthi ungathi ngikhulumi umphendule kabi ngathi yeah nami ngilapha ngoba ngendaba yakhe so ngibuyise ngibuye kancane ngoba ezinye izinto zisuka nami zingicasuzo.
Yes.
Ngoba that is why even the last thing angibiza ngathi u-crime intelligence ayenze whatever because ngibona we cannot let this thing get to us in a manner which the people who are doing the work they become vulnerable.
Yes.
Yeah, so always ungathi nathi sibuya lapho nami bengishosholozo ngigijimiswa lapha ngihamba ngema-TRP nema-WhatsApp.
Yeah, ngiyazikhumbula le story awusitshela sona silapha eofisini lakho.
Yeah, wabona umutise basaphila. So it's not nice. I was in about from 2013 to 2016 ngane life.
Yes.
Yeah, but then that time abantwana bami they were young. At least manje bakhulile abanye bahlala lapho bahlala khona wabona.
Yeah, sebe independent.
Yeah, manje babangakakhuli and then basahamba school awukho free now.
Yes.
And then nabo babuza ukuthi kwenzakalani and then but yeah but ngithi uNkulunkulu what but nene so some of the things doesn't make sense and you don't even know how to explain to small ones.
Yeah, bona mabese bancane ngeke bakhona ukuzi-understand because bona bazi ukuthi ubaba must be around all the time.
All the time and again you see now uphuma uya ngapha ufanele uhambe unebantu mawuphuma uya ngapha ufanele uhambe unebantu and mabaza lapha aphethe ibhamikulu manje it becomes infringe ne-freedom yabo ne-whatever but it is necessary so akufanelanga niphele umoya niyeke. I think now you are no longer far from now with near trial and whatever. But even after that, you don't relax because these guys, abanye abantu they are so actually abanem kulungu.
Yes.
Actually, they still want revenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why wathi umuntu ngeke umconfirm.
Yeah, you never. You don't relax. You don't relax because last time, it's just that mina ngithanda izinto. So and I don't follow up with izinto. Ngizwa amaphoyisa they are not even working at province or whatsoever. Then it's indicating no. Liming vimba ama-bail ngenzani umsebenzi wami ukuphosa bail but mina I don't carry docket so I don't know ukuthi laba abantu benjela ukuthi whatsoever and those people they are not even working at the province. The matter is investigated at province. They are working at the district. What is happening? But umuntu umthembile uthi now this one is buya sonke ekhaya then uzokujikela for a small thing, so but others is just of fear, or because of fear, then who's out here?
Yes.
As far as you want to, abanye strong, so yeah.
Yeah, no, kuyezwakala general but I think uKenel Mkwena through Brigadier up until General Kumalo they'll be able to back on we English because banalo ulwazi lokuthi what's going on.
Okay.
Yes, Nduna.
No. I've no king.
Yes. But other than that, no, si good thina ne team si sapusha.
Okay.
Yes,
No.
no.
It's fine. Money right is fine. But further information is I told you is fine.
Yes. No, engathi ungaphola u recover sharp.
I'm the grand, it's just that namanje ngivulile ngoba ngifuna ukufaka ama-drops.
Yes.
But the one which is done last week is more comfortable than the other one which I've done before, because sometimes feel like something.
Yeah.
So
Chair, we've just stopped it there because then the general just speaks about his eye condition. We thought that's not relevant, but we will go then towards the end when the call comes to an end.
Yes.
And that trust and whatsoever. Because
And where are we now? Just where are we now?
Sorry, we're on page, are you looking at
Transcript.
the English? The English or?
No,
Okay.
no. It's
It would be the last page on either one, Chair.
8-6. Thank you.
Yes. It's actually page 85 of the Zulu one.
Thank you.
Just go a bit. Okay, just, yeah.
that trust and whatsoever, because even if you are saying you're going to vet people, it will take time to vet everybody.
Yeah. Kuba a process endenya.
The only thing which is okay is when the people, they know each other, they understand each other, they trust each other, they can work together.
Yeah, it's easy for them to join.
Yeah, they're able to protect each other, because now it's not an easy thing. These people, they know they will be arrested, but they don't want to be arrested.
Yes. No, kunjalo nduni.
Hello, ulungile ne.
No, siyabonga man uphona.
Hayi, ngizoba right.
All right.
Sure, keep up the good work.
All right, thank you, General.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. General, so now that we've heard the recording, and I think you do have the transcriptions, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to invite you, if you want to deal with the recording or whether you want me to go to the denials from the time when I had put the call to you. How do you want to deal with it? I think it's up to you how best you want to deal with it.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Well, guys, that was the part of the recording, the call recording by Witness A in regards to Richard Shibiri. Well, he did not want to accept the fact that he was recorded, and he mentioned Malema, Zain Ngumalo, and also Shadrach Sibiya. Well, they played the call for the recording for him, and he keeps on smiling. I mean, I don't understand. This man keeps on smiling. Maybe it's because he's nervous, or I don't know why, but he keeps on smiling, and it shows that he's been caught. You keep on lying, and fortunately for us, I mean, the fact that Witness A said that even Richard doesn't know about the call, he did not want to make it public because he felt like it is not necessary until the man lied about him saying that Julius, Zay, and Sibiya know each other. And when he said that, when he denied that, that is when we knew about the clip. Sorry, guys. It is about 7 minutes until they start with the Friday session of Mr. Richard Shibiri. I hope you guys are well, and please do not forget to click that like button. We are about to start. We want to hear what is going to happen now, because it is Friday. They are going to make sure that they are wrapping the evidence or the testimony of Richard Shibiri. If I was him, unfortunately, I'm not him. I was just going to sit on that chair and say, I know I might have lied. Now I'm no longer afraid of my life being taken. I'm going to tell you the truth. This is the truth. Tell it and go back. If they kill you, it's fine. You'll die a hero. You will become a hero. We will forget about what you did or what you were accused of, the money and all. But because you would have took it upon you to tell the country that this is what transpired, you are going to be a hero. But of course, generals are cowards. Most of them cannot really come and tell the truth. But the good thing is that Mkwanas is coming back very soon at the ad hoc to wrap up the whole thing. They're about to close the ad hoc. I would think it's next week. He's coming back, and by coming back, he's going to tell us some of the things that we don't know. Hopefully, he doesn't get nervous also. We also want to know about him saying that, I hope you don't mind me getting your life in danger with the old man, which was read out to be Mutsumi, Steve Mutsumi. We want to know a bit of information from General Mkwanas, because it seems like he's the only one who doesn't mind saying a lot. The rest of them are afraid of getting killed. We are just about 5 minutes until we start, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. It makes a lot of difference, and please do not forget to click the like button. Let me just play the last 2 minutes, and then we are going to tune into the Madlanga from here. Thank you.
You can lead.
Okay.
And then I will respond.
Okay, can we then, I indicated to you, of course, that what witness A says is that the recording starts when the conversation had already started, so it starts a bit late. I had asked you whether you denied that witness A said you told him you had been invited to the farm for General Sabia's birthday celebration, and you said yes, you deny that. Do you recall that? I've got the transcription, if you want me to refer you to the...
I thought you were referring...
General, were you, or rather, did you read the transcript before the hearing?
Before?
The hearing.
Well, I see the picture of Shibiri is coming out from the Madlanga, so we can just tune in, but they are not starting until 9:30. So these are the pictures from the live streaming, the Madlanga session. 2 minutes until they start. So obviously they are not going to start until it is that time, which is 9:30. Thank you very much, guys, for tuning into the live stream each and every day. I appreciate that a lot. Please, the best thing you must never forget is to click the like button. It does make that difference. So as you can see, they are there waiting to come in. Let me just cut everything from my side so that I don't delay anything further, guys. Thank you and enjoy.
Good morning, Ms. Sigels Ncube. Good morning, Ms. Bowe. And good morning, Mr.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning,
Kize.
Commissioners.
Yeah, I'm not discriminating. That's because they both led. So this side, I only recognize or acknowledge the lead counsel. Thank you, but good morning, good morning. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Sigels Ncube.
Good morning, General.
Good morning, Advocate.
General, before we progress, hopefully, this morning to the other topics on the call, I just wanted us to go back to your evidence regarding your understanding or your version that you gave about what you meant by reporting to the other side. You will recall that you had exchanges not only with myself but with the commissioners as well regarding that aspect. You recall?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, I understand that you also want to deal with it to some extent, and I'll give you an opportunity to do so. General, but before we do that, if I can just repeat what I understand your evidence to be about that. You said that by the other side, reporting to the other side, that General Sabia wanted the information for the other side. You were referring to Mr. Molefe's family, correct?
I made that concession later because my first response was the other side of General Sibia and his faction.
Yes.
And I was pressed to say I must mention names. And again explained that it seems I'm lying under oath. Then I considered, because I want to mention any other person, because of the reason that I didn't have concrete evidence against any of those people who might be perceived to be on his side. I even included myself that sometimes I was considered to be on his side. And without having any evidence that really he was going to share with them or is for their benefit and without any other reason. So I decided to say I don't want to mention any person because I'll be just making a vague or it's just my perception. Hence, now, the other option was, anyhow, I was sent by him to inquire about the detention status of Mr. Molefe. So I decided to say the family, because they are the ones who phoned him, according to him, that not phoned, I'm not sure of that. What he was told, it was that they wanted to know where. They were complaining about not knowing where is he detained. So that was the reason, what I wanted to clarify.
General, I may be covering ground that I covered with you yesterday, and which my co-commissioners also covered, but I cannot help but say this. You say in so many words that you were referring to the other faction of subs, and you referred to General Sibia as being part of that faction. And clearly, from what you are saying, that's who you were referring to at the time the recording was made. I have difficulty understanding how that can, upon engagement in this commission yesterday, how that can suddenly change to the family. You say in so many words, at the time, reference was to the other faction. How does that suddenly change? I don't understand. Because the reason you give, or the reasons you give for the change, are a sense of discomfort that you now have, and also the difficulty of identifying those within that faction. But that cannot then change who you were referring to. It cannot. What you should rather say is, one, I have a discomfort saying more about that faction. Two, I cannot even identify the people in that faction except for General Sibia. I would understand you if that's what you were saying, but for the identity of open quote, this other side, close quote, suddenly changing, I don't understand that, and I will never understand that.
Commissioner, I agree with Commissioner that indeed I was referring to General Sibia, and when I said this other faction, and having difficulty to identify or to say specifically who is in his faction from the police side.
And then that cannot change upon being engaged by the commission. It should stay there. That's who you were referring to when you said this other side. It should stay there. It should remain there. Not so.
Yes, but yeah, when I was overwhelmed with now lying to the commission and whatsoever, I decided to end.
No, reference to you lying was only after you had changed. If you hadn't changed, nobody would have suggested that you are lying on this.
Yes, Commissioner, I agree. That is why I wanted to indicate that the difficulty was that I can't put a name or say these are the people on his faction whom I think they were going to share with.
All right. Then towards the end of the debate, I think it was with Commissioner Baloyi,
Yes.
you even referred to, so a reference was, that is the changed reference was no longer only to the family, but you also referred to perpetrators, and I think you even referred to friends. Who are the perpetrators that you were talking about?
No, I think I referred to friends.
You did
I said
refer,
family and friends.
You did refer to perpetrators. I know for a fact, General, you did.
Oh, no. I thought I said family and friends because
You said perpetrators as well in so many words. Who are you referring to? I know for a fact you did.
No.
Who are you referring to?
I can't refer to the perpetrators because the perpetrators are those who were arrested. I think it is 4. It's 4 persons who have been charged, and I don't have information that they are related or have ties with General Shibiri. I just felt it was easier to say family and friends because it's the family who found him, or might be friends, people who are close to the family. Hence, I wanted today to say, actually, for me, I didn't have 2 versions. I had one version when I said side, which I was meaning to the General Shibiri and the faction which is perceived to be there, even though I couldn't put names. But when I was pressed, I said because the persons who complained was the family, I said family and friends.
I'll be surprised if I'm mistaken about your reference to perpetrators, but perhaps we'll revisit that aspect after the tea adjournment.
Chair, just while you are on that, we will display the transcript of yesterday, and you will see there it does say it is the perpetrators, family and friends. That was from yesterday, General.
There it is, General. Do you see it? Look behind you. It is the perpetrators, family and friends. So there it is, you did refer to it. Who were you talking about when you referred to perpetrators?
Yeah, maybe it just come up, but I wanted to say family and friends.
What do you mean come up? You said it. What do you mean?
I agree that as it is indicated, I indicated perpetrators, but as I have explained, I don't have knowledge of the general knowing the perpetrators.
No, it's not about the general. I'm sure you are referring to General Shibiri. It's not about, I'm very sorry, General Shibiri. It's not about him. It's about what you said. It is you that referred to perpetrators. What were you talking about? Or who were you talking about?
Yeah, as I'm trying to explain, Commissioner, to say, when I was pressed with to say who is the faction, I end up indicating that family and friends. I wasn't aware I added even the perpetrator because I don't know him to be having the ties. So that is my mistake.
I'll leave it at that, General. And thank you very much for the transcript.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
General, it wasn't just when you were pressed for a name after you said the factions. It wasn't just then when you were pressed for names that you changed your version. It was also because it was put to you that it's implausible that the other side could be the police or the other faction of the police, because why would you be saying General Shibiri wants the information not for NASCOM but for the other side, if the other side is General Shibiri's side? You would have then said for his side. That is why you then, it wasn't just because you were asked for names that you changed your version. Do you accept that it was both when you were asked for the names and then it was put to you at several times that it was implausible that in context could have meant the other faction within the police force?
Yes, that is why I'm saying it was when I was pressed. I remember it was Commissioner Baloyi to say, I cannot say there is other side, and then I say is the other faction, and I can't mention, because my response, I remember I said I choose not to mention the names. And then it came from there when the pressure started mounting from there. And that is where I became confused to come up with anything to get out of that, because I didn't want to mention a name of a police whom I will be just speculating through my perception without those people knowing anything to do with anything.
Okay, so let's then understand what your version is of the other side. So it's not the family. It's not Mr. Molefe's family.
No.
It is not the National Commissioner's side, we know that. So is it General Sabia's side?
Yes.
Okay. So I am still going to say to you that it is implausible that in the context you are referring to General Sabia's side, because you would have said his side. And it can't be a third faction, because if there was, you would have disclosed that there's a third faction that you are referencing. But let us just proceed on. You say that this call was a follow-up from a call that you had made to witness A on the 7th of December.
That's correct.
Okay. I understood you to say that you were on leave from the 6th of December.
No, from the 27th of November.
Okay. So your point was that you were on leave even on the day of the operations, which was of the takedown operations, which was the 6th of December.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if I can just take you to Witness A's statement, because Witness A doesn't recall a call with you on the 7th of December. And if I understood you to say that the 16th December call that you made to Witness A was to follow up on General Sabia's request from you about feedback on the detention status of Mr. Molefe, because the family they had no information about where he was detained, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, please go to file 3, file 3, item 83, page 263. In fact, if we can start on 262. Do you have it?
I'm at 262.
Okay. Just before that, at paragraph 88, I just want... Okay, I just want to point out at 88. It says, this is Witness A, I left Pretoria Central Police Station to assist the team who were on an active manhunt to find Lucky Molefe. The manhunt continued that entire weekend from Friday evening, 6 December 2024, until the morning of Monday, 9 December 2024, when we had to attend court for Molefe's first appearance. So Mr. Molefe was appearing in court on the 9th of December. You see that? Then at paragraph 89, he says, on 7 December 2024, the day after Molefe's arrest, I received a call from Colonel Mokoena, who asked why I had not reported the arrest of Molefe. Colonel Mokoena initially said that he was making the inquiry because this should be reported as a team success. I was surprised by this because Colonel Mokoena was aware that Brigadier Hopani had instructed us shortly after Tau, Kekana, and Mabusela's first appearance on 19 April 2024 not to report to anyone other than her regarding the murder case. In fact, since April 2024, we had not reported to Colonel Mokoena regarding the murder case. Since then, there have been many significant developments, including Tau's bail release in August 2024 and his rearrest in September 2024 for violating his bail conditions. Colonel Mokoena had not once complained that we had not reported any of these developments to him at the time. Then on the next page, when I reminded Colonel Mokoena that we have not been reporting to him on this matter for the last 7 months, he then changed his stance and said he was only inquiring because he had received a call from General Sabia, who wanted to know why Molefe was not being detained at the police station closest to his residence and why Molefe's family had not been informed of where he was being detained. I told Colonel Mokoena that when we took Molefe from his residence, I informed his family members who were present that we would be taking him to Pretoria Central Police Station, and I also informed his attorney. Colonel Mokoena left it at that. Now, Witness A, and I inquired again with Witness A, he is adamant that he does not recall you calling him on the 7th of December. He only has a record of the call of the 16th of December. And it would seem to me that the 7th, if you did call him on the 7th of December, then your inquiry about where Mr. Molefe is being detained would make sense. But if you're calling on the 16th of December, it's 10 days after his arrest. It's more than a week after, or just a week after his first appearance. The family know where he's been, and he's already appeared in court. So it just seems to me, again, that it is implausible that that call on the 16th of December was this inquiry or a follow-up on this inquiry, because by then it should be a done deal. Everybody knows what the position is regarding Mr. Molefe. Do you want to comment?
Yes. As I've indicated also in my statement, maybe he doesn't recall. I was also looking on my itemized billing for the state phone, because that is the only one I'm having where it shows the calls out, not calls received. And then my dilemma is, commissioners, sometimes when people are given my number, they are giving them my private number, which is the one which now a lot of people are sending me messages after I talked about it. So that is the one which, when I went to Vodacom to look for the itemized billing in November 2025, I couldn't be assisted. So I'm not sure with what, but if we request section 205, it will indicate. Indeed, I phoned first Brigadier Nama on the 7th, who is the component head of serious and violent, because I didn't know which unit from the province have made such arrest when I was asked to establish on the 7th where is. Then I end up calling Colonel Mkwena. It's there in my statement. And then he said he will follow up. And Colonel Mkwena didn't even give me this feedback, which it is on the statement of Witness A. He gave me the telephone number, which I dialed. And he said he will come back to me sooner. They are busy. They are busy somewhere in the police. I think they were in the police station. And after some few minutes, he phoned. And I said, no, I wanted to inquire about the detention of Mr. Molefe, whom you arrested yesterday. I received a call that the family complained to the DNC that they don't know where he's detained. He said, no, a lot of people phoned about this thing. And they were with his attorney. He said, tell me something, I forgot only the surname. And then I said, for me, it doesn't make sense, because ordinarily, if the attorney will go to inquire, that attorney should have been sent by the family. So it means this thing is unfounded, and then I'll report as such. And then I don't know if I forgot to report or I send a WhatsApp to the DNC or whatsoever. Then but I phoned on the 16th because I received an invitation, and also I knew on the 17th I'm going back to work, and I forgot to ask what was he arrested for. That was the reason why I was phoning on the 16th, not to inquire about his arrest, to inquire about the charges which he was arrested for. So that was my testimony.
But General, by that stage, he had already had his first appearance. So it would be known what he was arrested for. Why would you need to inquire about that? He appeared on the 9th of December. And if indeed you were following up on behalf of General Sabia about something as innocuous as that, it would seem to me, why the reluctance to report back to the other side, being General Sabia himself who's asking you this, who's asking you for the request? Why the reluctance?
I was not reluctant on the 16th. On the 16th, I was supposed to be going there if I was feeling well. And again, I was supposed to give the whole, I remembered I have to give the full feedback. And I forgot that I didn't ask about what was the reason for the arrest. And I'm not aware when is the first appearance and so forth, as I was staying home. So that was the reason why I phoned to find out what was he arrested for. So not to say the general phoned me asking me about it. I thought he will ask me about it when we meet because I didn't give him a full report. And on the day which he phoned me on the 6th, that is when I responded, but why don't you ask Kumalo, because Kumalo is the DPC and Mina, I'm sick, I'm home. So, but I end up, on the 7th, I end up phoning anyhow, establishing that, because I felt I couldn't have answered my senior like that. He always phones me, and it shows he trusted me to do the work, and always he tasked me. So it was not that I wanted to know where was he detained, and it was about the charges. And I didn't know when did he appear or whatsoever, because I made sure my patches stays there and I stay indoors so that I can get healed and I don't read, watch TV and read a lot of things for that reason. I could answer phones, yes.
So there wasn't another call from General Sibiya asking for information
No.
after you reported back to him after the 7th?
Yeah, I think I sent the message back.
And then you, of your own accord, called witness A on the 16th because you anticipated that General Sibiya would want more information when you get back to work?
Or if I go that day to you said the birthday, I thought it was Thanksgiving. So I thought maybe if I'm going or if I go back to work, either of those days, I will be, you will expect me to give him a full feedback, also to say what, that is normal when you are tasked. You need to give full feedback, not feedback to the person who have tasked you. So I did that on my own account, not to say he phoned me to say, you still owe me.
What doesn't make sense to me is that you are on leave, so there's no expectation that you are making these inquiries because you are not on duty. But this is about someone who was arrested at the beginning of December. It doesn't make sense to me why you would think that General Sibiya has not obtained this information from other people in your absence. You are not the only, in fact, this was not your matter. You were not responsible for this docket, that's one. So somebody else is responsible for the docket. General Sibiya knows that because he's talking to you. He's called you, he knows you're on leave, and he knows that it's not your docket. So it doesn't make sense to me that it's as innocent as, well, when I was concerned that when I go to the farm, he wants me to tell him about this case, when he knows it's not your docket, but also that, well, when I go back to work on the 17th, he will want a full report. You're not someone was acting in your position. What is it about this which makes you think that General Sibiya is going to expect a full report from you about a matter that's not yours and things that happened when you are on leave? Just make it make sense, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I promise today I will be short, but this one I will explain longer. Previously or yesterday, I did even indicate that even if you are on leave, meaning myself, I'm on leave, or sometimes you are on sick leave, you become to be tasked. Sometimes you are called from home to go and attend to something. I even gave example of the 16th and 17th of September 2024, which I was on leave. I had to go to Kimberley to do the shortlisting. The general knew I was on sick leave, and he chose to phone me, not informing the one who's acting, to inquire about these things on the 7th. That is number one. And that is what I inquired from Mukwena and Nama, who can come and also confirm that, and the telephones will show that. So I took it upon myself. It is for us when we are tasked. And I even indicated that even things which doesn't want me, as I'm the head of organized crime, I will be tasked with things which there are components heads not been tasked by the DIFCOM or the Deputy National Commissioner. I felt that because I was tasked, and when I remembered, after he called me to say for the invitation and so forth, if I'm able to come, and also I was going back to work, it's a norm that you give full report. And I thought when we meet, he might ask me. I didn't think about that. Maybe he might have asked somebody and so forth. Remember, Commissioner, my response to him the first time when he phones me, I said, why, if his agent, not phone General Kumalo? And I felt bad about that I responded maybe wrongfully to my senior. So it was for that reason, not any other motive.
You had an acting person in your position. Why didn't you ask that person? I mean, that person is on duty. They are doing what you're supposed to do. If you were concerned properly to get a report about this, why did you not task the acting or ask the acting to get this information and to give you the report, or to give it to General Sibia? It just doesn't make sense that you are on sick leave. It's not your docket, and I've had the explanation about even when you are on leave, and even when it's not your matter. This is different. This man was arrested at the beginning of December. You are on sick leave. There's obviously been developments in the matter, unless you are telling us that you didn't think there had been any developments. That's why you had to speak to the investigating officer. But I still want to suggest to you that you had someone acting. You have to explain why it is you did not put this to the desk of the acting person to get the answers that General Sibia required of you, and to have that person reporting to General Sibia. It just doesn't make sense.
Yes, I hear the Commissioner, doesn't make sense, but that is the practice which I'm used to say when I'm tasked, I do it like that. Even if I can ask the person who is acting, I expect them to come back to me and then report back to the person who have asked me. Because I don't know, it's how I feel, because the person knows, and they are the ones who is signing off the acting person. But they know you are not on duty, but they still task you. So I take it upon myself that always I report back if I'm sent. I make sure that I go and report back. So I don't, even if I can task somebody to say, find out it for me, I expect the person to report back to me, and then I report back to the senior person who have tasked me.
The other anomaly about your version is that you say to us that you told General Sibia to speak to General Kumalo and get a report. That's the last thing that happened. And then the next thing that happens is you are now calling. So even this, I was tasked. Yes, maybe you were tasked on the 7th, but you did give him a response. You said to him, get a report elsewhere. You don't, and then you then on the 17th or 16th start making these inquiries without yourself speaking to Kumalo to check, did you give Sibia a response? So you create this vacuum. You are on leave. Things are in a vacuum. Nobody's dealing with this matter, and nobody's giving reports to General Sibia, and then it waits for you to come back from leave to make these inquiries and then give him a report. It still does not make sense. It doesn't add up, what you're saying.
Commissioner, the inquiry was not done on the 16th. It was done on the 7th. On the 16th, it was a follow-up.
Yes, I'm talking about the follow-up.
Yes. And I done the follow-up because I did inquire on the 7th, and I forgot to ask about the reason for detention. And I believe I also forwarded a WhatsApp to the general to indicate that the person, the family seems to be knowing where is the attorney was there. And then I didn't indicate further to say what was he arrested and so forth. Then I felt I must get full report in order to report promptly if I'm asked or when we meet. Because I know he doesn't forget. When he tasks you, you will say, when are you owing me something? You didn't tell me whatsoever. And sometimes it can be after months and so forth. So the inquiry was done the first day. The first day which I responded to say, ask Kumalo, and corrected myself to say, I could not have responded like that.
Thank you, General.
Can I, sorry to do this? You see, General, what you are saying now does not make sense, because now you are saying, upon making the first inquiry, you were satisfied that the attorney was there and the family was there. That's the 7th, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You are satisfied that the family knows because the attorney knows. So on the 16th, when you make the call and you say Sibia wants the information for the other side, it can be the family. Because on the 7th already, the family and the attorney know. So on the 16th, when you say he wants it for the other side, it can be the family.
Yeah. I don't understand it as I said he wants it for the...
He wants the information for the other side.
Yeah, I don't understand it as I said. That was the conversation, which I came with that preposition to say, I know maybe he doesn't want this information for the National Commissioner, even when he asked for the first time, maybe he wanted it for the other side. So it's not to say that day he phoned me and said he wanted information for the other side. So we were talking something which already happened. And it was a preposition. Remember, we had a long discussion about ourselves and also further sharing information which I had. And then we were talking as colleagues, not to say, but the reason for the phone was to establish the reason for the arrest. But we talked a lot of things and also shared more information, which I thought it can assist in the investigation. Yeah, so that was just a preposition from me that even though I think I will be asked, I don't think maybe the information is needed to give to the National Commissioner is for the other side. So it's not to say he phoned and said you want information that day.
But why were you so conflicted? I mean, if General Sibia wants the information for himself and other generals sets up, or he wants it for the family, why did that bother you so much? Because you seemed bothered by this thing. Even the tone in your call, you seemed bothered, you seemed conflicted and worried. Why would you be bothered that the family wants to know why he's arrested? Or General Sibia and generals within his faction want to know why he's arrested? They are generals at SAPS. Why were you so bothered by that?
No, in our discussion, what was bothering me, which we discussed, is this thing that we do in our work and people threatens us when we do our work. I think if we can go in the whole, you will see that was the only thing which we were discussing to say, hey, people, they do things, but they know they will be arrested, but they don't want to be arrested. But this one, it was only in that sentence where we were talking to say, after I said the reason why I phoned, it was I wanted to know why the charges against the person, so that when we meet, I can be able to give a full report. But yeah, for me to have that perspective to say, I know he's not the National Commissioner maybe needing this. He might be knowing for his own information and his own faction. So it's me who said that. It's me who said that, but I was not bothered by that. The family asked. So that one came when he was saying, even that day, Colonel Mukwena, that was the first time he mentioned Colonel Mukwena, because on the 7th he mentioned a lot of senior officers were inquiring about this thing. And then he said Colonel Mukwena and Brigadier Hopan were promptly explained that the family was explained where the person was, and the lawyer was explained where the person was, and there was nothing wrong. That is when my response was, hey, these people are full of drama. And then I have learned, or I have information that this person was partners with the late Mswazi and other people. They were business partners and so forth. That is when I shared that information with him further. So not to say I was bothered by the general or whatsoever. I wanted full information so that when I explain, or if I'm asked, I explain in full. I'm a person who wants to explain in full or have full report if I'm tasked about something.
General, did you know that when you, on the 16th of December, did you know that Mr. Molefe had his first appearance already in court when you called witness A?
No, it didn't come to my mind, but supposedly he's supposed to have appeared, because if you are arrested by the 6th, in terms of our law, within 48 hours, you need to be released or appear. And I think the 16th was on a holiday.
Yes.
Yes.
So, but nowhere in this call does he tell you that Mr. Molefe had his first appearance already? And neither do you inquire what happened at the first appearance of Mr. Molefe?
No, that was not what was in my mind. I was tasked to find out where he is. I forgot to ask what was he arrested for.
No, but General, now we're on the 16th. You're calling to find out what he was arrested for. And in your statement, you say reason for the arrest. By reason for the arrest, do you just mean what the charge is?
Yes.
So if it was just about the charge, would you not have said this guy would have appeared on the 9th? You are a police officer, you know. By the time you speak to him on the 16th, there would have been a first appearance already, correct?
Correct.
So isn't that the first question you ask him? If your reason is to find out about the charge, for why he's being charged, as you say, isn't that one of the first questions that you say? When did he appear and what was it about? If it's a follow-up.
Yeah, the reason one's logic, but I phoned for what I was thinking about that time, being to find out what I forgot to ask, what is he arrested for?
Yes, but if it is what was he arrested for, by then you know that he has already had a first appearance, so you would have said to him, so this guy appeared already, what was the charge? You don't ask that.
That was non-issue.
Okay. So when you say reasons, it's just the charge.
Yeah, I forgot to ask that. The person
Okay.
is arrested for, and that was in my mind at that time.
So why do you then say he wants this information for the other side? He wants to know from the other side what Molefe has been arrested for, what is his charge?
I think I already explained, even though I was struggling explaining to the commissioner, to say, I was saying he wanted for himself and the people who are close to him on his side. So that was my explanation.
Okay. So if we are to then confine it to just being the charge, and I think we all understand that transcript, including witness A, as there being a reluctance on your part to share this information with General Shibiri. You don't want to report this information. It seems implausible that you don't want to report an information about he's been charged for the murder of Aman Swart. There's nothing sinister about that. You shouldn't be reluctant about that, correct? To just report back. I forgot to tell you that he's been charged for the murder of Aman Swart, if that was the purpose of the call.
His response was, he was given instruction. He said they were given instruction that they mustn't talk about this case with any person. And then any person who want to inquire further about this matter, it must be inquired to General Khumalo, and I have seen also there, he indicated also Colonel Mukwena and Brigadier Hopane. Yes.
But if you go to the transcript, page 67 of the call, which is in file 4, CJC 97. Do you have it?
Yeah, I'm at 97, but no, I don't know which
No,
page.
CJC 97, it's page 67.
I'm there.
Page 67.
Yes.
And then you see after the line 10, just before line 20, the line just before line 20, it says investigating officer, yes. Then you say, he's looking for it for this other side. And then you say, so what can we say? It is how we live, but as long as we are safe, you see. This suggests that you feel like you don't have a choice. This is how we live. These are the things that we must do now. You don't want to do it, but this is how we live. But at least we're safe. That is how one interprets it. You are reluctant, but you feel that you have no choice because you are in a situation where this is just how my life is now.
Yes. You see, you are off sick, you are phoned for such a thing which anybody can provide. As I indicated, even the Commissioner Balo indicated, somebody is active, there is a provincial head and provincial and DPC. But you are phoned for specifically yourself, you wonder why. And then that is how you live. As long as you are safe, you are living, and then you are doing your work, is fine.
And you see, General, if you go to page 68, it continues. We, reading this, not even being part of the conversation, can sense your reluctance. It is palpable from the pages that you are reluctant to report to General Sibiya. If we take it that this is a genuine call to witness A, and that you are being forced to make this call to witness A to get information that you don't want to get. And that's the premise that I'm approaching you on. There is, of course, another basis, that this is a deliberate call made and it's orchestrated to get information out of witness A. But for present purposes, I want to suggest to you that if we look at this, it sounds that you are reluctant to give this information, you feel forced to give it. And that's the lens that I'm going to question you on this now. If you look at the next page, you speak about Joe, and then you say, but I asked myself that, okay. So I said no.
Which line?
This is the first line 1, Chair, and then I'm reading from line 3, But I asked myself that, okay, so I said, no, General, give me time. I will give feedback later, or else if you are in a hurry, you can phone Kumalo to send you the report. Myself, no. Again, it seems like if you don't like the terms on which you are being asked to give this information. So it cannot just be about the charge. And I think when you prepared your statement by saying reason, you could have simply said charge, but you were being asked to get more than just the charge. You were asked to get information general that despite everything that we have dealt with over the past couple of days with you, there was a line you were not willing to cross. This is what it suggests here. Even you were not willing to cross this line that General Sibiya wanted you to cross, and you were reluctant to do it. And I cannot understand why you are now so hell-bent on not saying that. Saying that I didn't want to give any information that would compromise the investigation or the safety of the officers. Why can't you just say that? Because it is clear from the transcript and the recording that if this call was a genuine call to witness A, that is the situation you found yourself in. You didn't want to cross the line.
Yeah. As I have already explained here, if you go to the whole paragraph, I even indicate, because I said we were discussing more things relating to what I thought what was happening and what is been happening. And if you see where I started, it is like I was thinking about all these things is all about taxi violence. Now it goes out to killing innocent people. And I also talked about the issues which were giving me problem on my component being extortions done by who and who. And also going back to the same day where I said not now because I was not feeling well, why don't you phone Khumalo? So I don't know if ever this thing is intertwined in terms of how it is being extracted here or translated here. But it goes back to the same thing when we started, when I said, why don't you phone this and whatsoever. But going further here, we're discussing a lot of things, and I thought, because these people were involved in this, the only violence happening is amongst taxis. And I see now they are venturing also into extortion and so forth. So you can see this was casual talk between two colleagues, and I couldn't dream that he could even record me for that matter, because always when we speak cordially. It's either he's asking me how I am, I'm asking how are they still safe, and then encouraging them and so forth. So what you are thinking or taking out of this is not what I meant.
General, if it's not that, then it's that you were on the other side of the line and you were getting information from witness A. You made this call not to find out about the charge because Mr. Molefe had been arrested on the 6th of December. He appeared on the 9th of December. It's now the 16th of December. Colonel Mokoena called. She was given a direct answer from witness A not to share information with anyone else. And if you were on the other side, if you were on General Sibiya's side, and this is an orchestrated call, then that version also makes sense, because you are now trying to get information from witness A that nobody else could get, and you were luring him by telling him about your 2013 and 2016 experience and trying to suggest to him that you're on his side. It's one of the two, General.
Yeah, it's very much surprising that you think that way. You, advocate, you just said the accused has appeared in court already on the 16th after 10 days. So obviously, if I was looking information for the family, obviously the family was at court. The lawyers were there, the friends was there. So what information will assist the family about knowing what is the charge?
Not the family, General, the other side, General Sibiya's side, and the information that they wanted was the evidence against Mr. Molefe. That is what they wanted. That is the reason for the arrest. It's not the charge, it is the reason for the arrest. You wanted to know what evidence they have.
That was not the question. The question to witness A was, what was he arrested for? Not to explain what did he do or the incident. So it's not what was asked. What was asked was, what was he arrested for?
In your statement, you say reason for the arrest. So reason can be more than just the charge. It can include, as an investigating officer, what evidence is there? And you are trying to lure that evidence out of him. You're trying to get it out of him by playing on the fact that you've had an experience about safety. You're telling him, you're appearing to be reluctant to give this information. It can only be one of two. It's a genuine call and you are genuinely reluctant, and that is why you're giving him this information, or you're giving him the information because you're trying to get information for General Sibiya's side, which is a side that you are also on. There's no innocuous interpretation of this call, General.
You see, I explained what I wanted to ask. And now I've been explained English. We use books in the SAPS. It will say SAP 14, for example. It will say reason for arrest. You write murder, rape, or whatever. So my English and your English will never be the same. So you will stretch it further according to your knowledge. If Shibiri's knowledge ends here, so it doesn't mean my capacity is like yours. So I responded, Commissioner, what I was inquiring about.
Well, if all you wanted and you understood that's all you needed to report to General Sibiya, that he's arrested because on a charge of murder, or yeah, the charge is murder. Why would you say, and I want to read at page 68, this is a part that I read yesterday in isiZulu, but I'm going to read it in English. You say, so, but now I saw that I responded, it starts at line 8, responded to him in a bad way, you see. I said, yes, I'm also here because of this issue. So let me come back a little bit, because some other things also make me angry, you see. If all that there was that you needed to report to General Sibiya, and that's all you were asking witness A to tell you what is the charge, what you call the reason for arrest, what would make you angry if that's all that General Sibiya wanted to know and that's all that you needed to report to him? And what about it, that reason for arrest, would cause you concern that he wants this information for the other side? It's what the docket says on its face. It's murder. Why don't you want to tell General Sibiya? You do explain, I didn't go at the farm. I know he would ask me. He's invited me so that he can ask me about this. If all he wanted was that reason for arrest, why is there a concern that when you go to the farm, he would ask you about it? Two, why would he want that? Why would it concern you that he wants it for the other side? Whatever side you have decided now, you've defined as the other side. Why would that be a concern? And three, what about that would make you angry? So I've put three things to you that suggest, in fact, maybe let me leave it at this point now. Why would you have difficulty with that you're going to have to tell him, yes, he's been arrested for murder? If that's all that you wanted to know from witness A and that's all you needed to report to General Sibiya.
I will try to follow. The question sometimes is long, and then and I miss some on along the way. I have indicated that I forgot to ask what was the person arrested for, and that was the reason why I phoned, so that I can be able to explain in full. And secondly, even the day before, when I started here testifying, that I had a serious challenge in my workplace that everything is pumped to me, even including things which doesn't need my components. I indicated there were 5 components. I even gave example of serious and violent happening in Lisikisik and Port St. John's, which I was thinking it falls under General Mtsipe will go there. CIT, which is dealt by DPCI, then I will be sent there. I didn't worry about the Eastern Tebeja because gang violence is within my sphere and extortions and so forth. So that is what I was always pestering me, complaining about always. So that I'll be tasked unnecessary things and so forth. So to say the other side, I've already explained to say his side or to discuss with the people who are in his side. Because as it was indicated, and also he testified, he was not in he's not in the side of the National Commissioner. There are people whom he believe they are fighting, and it is clear for everybody to see what was happening. So without getting deeper to things which again I will be putting myself into questions which I cannot respond to, I think I can end it there. That was the reason. And the murder, it is there on the docket, but I never saw the docket. And hence I asked. And I didn't see any danger in asking, because I usually ask them and phone them on a daily basis. And not specifically him, all the investigators, if I'm tasked to.
No, General, and maybe it's my fault for how I asked the question. You complained that it is long, and that's a fair comment to make. Let me repeat what I'm putting to you. You say in what I've read, it concludes by saying some other things also make me angry. That is in the telephone call. But the other thing that you said in the telephone call is that you know he's invited you to the farm because he wants to ask you about this case. He wants information. That's what you say on the call. And then the third thing, relevant thing that you say on the call is you know he wants that information for the other side. So those are the 3 things you've said. Now, in your exchange with Ms. Sigal-Smube, you say all you wanted or all you asked witness A was the reason for the arrest. And the reason for the arrest is murder. That's all you wanted to know. So that's what you've just said, and I've put to you what you've said in the transcript, which I say is relevant. Now, this is my question now. Maybe if you would then focus on my question. My question is, why would you not want him to ask you for the reason which is simply murder? What's your concern? That I don't go, and I know at the farm he wants to ask me about this matter. And if the answer is, well, he's arrested for murder, why is that an issue? And 1, at the farm. 2, why is that an issue if he's going to share that with the other side, that the man has been arrested for murder? What is your concern about that? And if all you wanted to get from witness A and to share with General Sibiya is murder, why would that make you angry to tell him that you are having to tell him that kind of information? It's that which, again, I say, it just doesn't add up. Your explanation of what this telephone call was all about, it's implausible. If all you needed to convey to General Sibiya is that he's arrested for murder, then it doesn't make sense that you have these concerns that you've recorded here.
Yeah, it is becoming more difficult and more difficult for me to respond for this thing because I respond one thing forever. Here, It says, so, but now I saw that I responded to him badly, in a bad way, you see. I said, yes, I'm also here because of the issues. So let me come back a little bit, because some things also make me angry, you see. I was referring on the top one, it is where I'm saying, if you were in a hurry, why don't you ask General, if it is imminent, why don't you ask General Khumalo? So it's a follow-up from that one. That small things like this, then I'm phoned, and then I ended up answering otherwise. And I understand, okay, it's my issue, I'm there, I work there. I voluntarily took the post and applied for the post and wanted to go to work at head office. So I caution myself to say, no, let me, but even though sometimes it makes me angry to say I'm off sick, I'm phoned for a small thing which I think, as the commissioner has indicated, the acting could have dealt with, or a simple phone call to General Khumalo could have made matters lesser, or to Brigadier Khopane. But I have two on my bed with close eye, go and check the phone people, ask those things. Those are the things which is annoying. And to say for the other side, meaning for their own benefit, not even for his own benefit, or to discuss on his own side with his own people, meaning at the police. So that is what I tried to explain, I think, for the past 30 minutes.
Thank you.
General, I'm going to cut to the chase because I want, for my part at least, I know Advocate Ngube still wants to ask you questions about this. This is what you do on page 67 and 68, unprompted by witness A. Because if you were just asking what is the person arrested for, that's all you would ask, and you would talk about your health and general chit-chat. Unprompted by witness A, you tell witness A about this group of 5 business people, and I say business people in inverted commas or open close brackets, and then you say to him, there is this Zay who's involved in the taxi business, again unprompted. And then now you go to General Sibiya and you say, you see, this person is close to General Sibiya, and General Sibiya is close to Julius Malema. And then this is the important part on page 67, line 15. You say, so I know even when he says I must come, meaning when General Sibiya says, you must come to my party, he wants to ask me, yes, I have sent you, so now what is happening whatsoever? So that himself, and I know that he's looking for it. He's not looking for it to take it to NESCOM. Witness A says yes, and then you say he's looking for it for the other side. So what can we say? This is how we live as long as we are safe. Witness A says yes. Then you go back to this group of business people. So you don't talk about family, you don't talk about another faction in SEPS. You say, so Mina, I was thinking that maybe it links to the taxes. That's General Sibiya's request. That's what you are linking here, correct? When you say it links to the taxes, correct?
No.
And then you say, but I said no. But this in the taxis, and then you continue, they got out. The person who is left there and causing problems is Joe. Plus in those extortions, he is there. These boys of his, Bafanas and what. But I asked myself that, okay, so I said, no, General, give me time. So you see how you linking General Sibiya with all these things, unrelated to the request. You say link to the taxis, but I said, no, General, but I asked myself, okay, I said, no, General, give me time. I will give you feedback later. Or else if you are in a hurry, you can phone Kumalo to send you this report. Myself, no. So that was your discomfort, because although you're talking about a request General Sibia made to you, you unprompted mentioned this group of 5 business people to witness A. You mentioned Zay. You mentioned Mr. Julius Malema. You then go to the issue of taxes and extortions, and you link all of that with General Sibia, and you say, you know, if he's in a hurry, you don't want to be part of it, he must phone Kumalo to send him the report. And apparently this is where you left it. That's why you felt bad and you needed to make follow-ups. To me, reading this, it suggests that your discomfort was exactly that. The link with all these people and your concern, which you were expressing to witness A, that General Sibia requires this information for these people that you mentioned in page 66, 67, and 68. That's how I read this transcript and the audio clip that we listened to. Because nowhere in 66, 67, 68 do you say, hey, you know, I'm concerned about the factions in the SEPs. He's looking for this information for this faction. I don't like this factionalism. It makes me uncomfortable. The only people you are referring to in those 3 pages are this group of business people. And I use that term business people loosely. And that bothers you because you even say it's linked to extortion, it's linked to the taxes, it's linked to these people. I asked myself, so I said, General, give me time, I will give you feedback, or else if you are in a hurry, get it from Kumalo. That's how it looks to me. If I'm wrong, you'll say you are wrong. It has nothing to do with that. But it won't make sense why, when you are discussing invitation to a party, you would then mention all these people. Because they have nothing to do with the invitation to the party or the request that you get this information. Do you follow me?
Yeah, although it's too very long.
Yes, I know it's long because I had to paint that full picture.
I follow.
I can break it down if you need to, but if you followed, you can just give your comment.
Yeah, I thought it was a conclusion of the commissioner concluding the whole thing.
I'm saying, looking at the 3 pages together,
Yeah.
that's what it looks like to me. It looks like you were linking General Sibia's request with his association with all these people.
Yeah.
Is that not what it looks like reading the transcript?
I already said no. I already said no, and I plead that my explanation also be listened. It might not make sense to oneself, but this is what I'm explaining. It was a discussion between 2 colleagues, and it was not a meeting which was structured. And I said a lot of things. Number 1, I indicated, I shared the information to the member because I knew he was, I said this yesterday, he was at the safe house, and now they have a team that they are more mobilized to deal with this thing. I indicated to say, I got information now that this person you arrested was belonging to these people, and they were business partners. They were how many? And I thought it was only along the taxi, and I hear there is also mining business involved. Then I said, I further talked about what is currently happening, saying I thought after the passing of the old man, then now Joe took over. It's only that. Also I see his voice. That is why I was not feeling comfortable in talking to this one. Yeah, I indicated because I know, Lord, I might know that you can think this one belongs to this faction, and found only to find it belongs to all the factions, and they are together. So, yeah, that is why I indicated it was indicated to me to say it's me, and you warned me to say what you do, why you don't want to be out, you are making it out. I was talking exactly to that. But here the discussion was between two colleagues, which was casual. We talked about a lot of things, even though the call was about one thing. It's not all this linked to General Shibiri. What is linked to General Shibiri is one thing, that I needed to give him a feedback, and that he tasked me and I answered him in a wrong way, which I felt it was bad. And now he invited me, and I'm not going because of ill health. But when I go back to work, because soon I'm going, I will still need to give feedback. So, yeah. What makes sense to any person who is reading the whole thing, it is different from what was happening. And I plead that I be understood to what I'm saying. I'm not saying you mustn't deduct what you need to deduct and make up what you need to make up. But what I'm testifying or saying is what happened, and that was my intention solely.
Thank you, General. General, I think I'll move on to the next topic in the conversation. You will recall that...
Maybe before you do that, Mr. Gus, just to complete this so that we don't come back to it. General, still in that transcript, if you look at page 4 of 12, at page 66, I don't think this clarification was requested of you yesterday. So you have right at the bottom, that's you speaking there. This is after you say they're a group, they are 5, they're a group of, you see where I'm reading? And then right at the bottom, you've got the very last line, you've got you speaking, and then you say Swazi, and then there's a name there that was skipped yesterday. For the reasons that you have provided, and then you say, and others you see. And then and this is the part where I would like to get clarification. The investigating officer, witness A, says, yes, because even to me, he said that he has interest in mining. And then you answer, you say, yes, somewhere in Rustenburg and Brits. Who are you, the two of you, discussing here? Because it's not clear is it Mr. Malefe who's got mining interests in Rustenburg and Brits, or is it somebody else? It's not clear from the transcript.
Yeah, as I just indicated now, to say, we further discussed to say the arrested person, being Mr. Malefe, was business partners with these people I'm mentioning, and they have mining interest. And that was information which I got, and also somewhere in Brett and whatsoever. So we were discussing that. Hence I said we also shared information further other than that of what recently I have collected, so that he might be on the know, because if they continue with the investigation, they will be having further names to look at and working on.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, you will recall that one of the topics that witness A said you discussed with him was about a senior official that is at district level that's trying to interfere in a investigation at provincial level. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And I said to you that according to witness A, he understood that to be Brigadier Nkwashu.
That's correct.
Okay, and you denied that, do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still deny that you were talking about, that you were referencing Brigadier Nkwashu?
Yes, I still deny.
Okay. Can I ask you to go again to witness A's statement so that we can deal with your denial? It is file 3, item 83, page 264.
I'm there.
Okay, paragraph 96. Do you have it?
Yes.
General Shibiri also said that this is witness A's statement, that we must be very careful because the people we are dealing with are heartless and they will never allow us to relax. He mentioned that there was a senior officer that he refers to as homeboy that is not even an official in the province, but this person seems to have an interest in the Swart murder case. He did not mention the name, but he said that the person's actions annoyed him. I must put General Shibiri's comment about province in context. By province, General Shibiri was not referring to province geographically. He was referring to it in terms of levels. For example, you would have a district head and a provincial head. In other words, General Shibiri was saying that this person is not even at provincial level, and I understood this to mean that the person he was referring to is at district level. I think he was referring to Brigadier Nkwashu, who was at district level but was inquiring about a case being investigated at provincial level. You see that? Now, if you go to file 4, to the transcript of the call, and it is CJC 97, page 70.
I'm there.
And if you go to, and then for the Zulu transcript, it will be page 82 of that file. But page 70 of the English one, you say, after line 10, so line 12, yes, you do not relax because last time, it is just that I do not like things, you see. So when I am here, do not follow up things. I heard police, they are not even working at province or whatsoever, then indicating that no, I am the one who is stopping the bails. I am doing this and that. I said my job is to oppose bail, but I do not carry dockets. So I do not know those people tell me that whatsoever. And those people, they are not even working at province. The matter is investigated at province. They are working at the district. What is happening? You see, but no, the person that you trust and you say, no, this one, we are from the homelands together, then they will turn on you for a small thing. You see that?
Yes.
Who were you referring to here? What were you referring to and who were you referring to?
I was referring to information I received from members that there are people who were speaking at the district indicating that I'm the one who is blocking the bail.
Yes, you are the one that's opposing the bail.
Yes.
And you are the one that's opposing the bail of the suspects in the Aman Swart murder.
Yes.
And why is this a problem for these officers that you are opposing bail?
I don't know, but information was they were talking about it to say, I'm the problem. I'm the one who is opposing, who's blocking the bail to happen.
In other words, this person thinks that the police opposing bail is a problem for the suspects.
No, I'm the problem. I'm the one who's making that the bail is not successful.
Yes. You are the police officer who's doing the right thing. You are opposing bail of the Aman Swart murderers, the suspects in the Aman Swart murder, correct?
Yes.
That is what you are they are saying that you are the problem because you're doing that.
Yes.
And these are officers that are saying this.
No, the members told me, not officers.
The members are saying you are a problem to who? Who's complaining about you?
They were talking to say, they were told, they had people talking to say, I'm the one who's blocking the bail, I'm the problem.
Yes. So who are they saying told them that you are the problem?
You mean the members who told me?
No. The members who told you, who did they say is you are their problem? Whose problem are you? You're not the members' problem, because the members are telling you something. So whose problem are you for opposing bail?
They said they were in Johannesburg district, and then they had people talking. And I didn't ask who, or they didn't tell me who is these people saying, I'm the one. They said there's a talk out there which indicates you are the one who is a problem blocking the bail for this and that and that. I said, they are talking nonsense. I'm not even investigating the docket.
Okay, and when you say the person and you say we are from the homelands together, who is that person that you're referring to there?
So people who were telling me I'm from Limpopo. Obviously, the investigators who were telling me they are from Limpopo. So I'm thinking the people who were also talking with them, they might be people from Limpopo too. So you can't trust anybody. You'll say, this one I'm used to. And then it will be the people who are talking behind you or plotting things behind you.
Okay.
Are you saying you were told that someone from Limpopo says you are the one that's blocking bail?
No, the group of the people who were telling me are from Limpopo.
Yes.
And then I took it that they were talking to people from Limpopo, those who were talking there when they were in a meeting somewhere at the district, and then saying they had, I'm the problem, not blocking the bail on this particular matter. It is said, it is said it is me who's blocking the bail, although I'm not investigating the case. And the case is not even investigated at the head office.
Yeah. I think it might be helpful if we look at the conversation itself, not the translation, because it gives a better sense of what it is that you said to the investigating officer. And I'm going to try again in isiZulu. At page 82, line 1, 2, 3, 4. If you get to line 4, page 82, line 4, line 14, sorry, line 14. This is you speaking, Major General Shibiri, and then you look at line 4 of that. It says, Ngizwa amaphoyisa. They are not even working at province or whatsoever. Then indicating ukuthi, no, yimi engivimba ama-bail, ngiyenzani. And then you're saying it, hey, umsebenzi wami opposa i-bail, but mina, I do not carry dockets, and the rest of it. So, in the conversation itself, you say, it's the police who say you oppose bail. In that, saying amaphoyisa, they are not even working at province or whatever. Then indicating ukuthi no yimi engivimba ama-bail. So the police say you oppose bail. That's the first part. So certainly in this conversation here, you are not saying they have been told by other people. Maphoyisa tell me that other people say. You say the police say I'm the one that oppose bail. That's the first thing. And then the second part, which is that last paragraph, you say, uyabona, but hayi umuntu umthembile uthi no, this one sibuya sonke ekhaya. Then uzokujikela la for a small thing. So you say, here's someone that I trust. You trust somebody because you say we come from the same place, we come from home together, and then you get here. They turn on you. So you're referring to very specific people who have said you're the one that blocks bail, one, and then two, it's people or a person that you come from home with who's now turning on you on small things. That's what you have said here. And what you're explaining now is not quite accurate. It's not an accurate reflection of the conversation itself.
Yeah. What I'm explaining is I'm told by police to say, there are police who are saying, I'm the one who is blocking the bail, opposing the bail. And you cannot trust people, because even people whom you come with from home or from the same province or whatsoever, whom you can trust, they can turn around and say things about you.
Thank you, General.
General, before I go to the exhibits to deal with Brigadier Nkwashu, I just want to read to you from the record, and we'll put it up on display, what you said in your evidence in chief when you were referring to Brigadier Nkwashu. Just bear that in mind when we address this issue. It's on the screen. I was asking you about him, and then Commissioner Kumalo also followed up on the question. So if we can just go one up, yes, where it says, and for that matter, do you see there on the screen? And for that matter, he comes from Zanin, I am from Zanin. Even though he is coming from a different direction area, he's coming from Juliusburg. I think you meant, what is it? Oh, this is different, sorry, Burgersdal. And then you say, on the next page, should we read the next one? You say, yes, he worked in Tshwane as acting district commissioner, and then he was transferred to the VAL. That is when he became acting until they promote a district commissioner, though he became a deputy. And I think he built a house. He stays that side because he was staying in Roodepoort. So we were in the West Rand, all of us. So we meet occasionally weekends as friends to drink, not work related or whatsoever. So in terms of reporting, it was reporting to the district commissioner. So that is how you referred to Brigadier Nkwashu. Now, if we can go to file 3, item 84. Page 301. It's witness B's statement. Do you have it?
Yes.
Page 301, paragraph 75. The bail for Mr. Tau on new facts was eventually set down to be heard on 1 August 2024. It is worth noting that there were several concerning events around this bail application. Our unit usually has a meeting on Tuesdays to receive update. On Tuesday, 30 July 2024, when attending such meeting, Sergeant Chukuru approached me to ask about the Vereniging murder investigation. In particular, he informed me that Brigadier Nkwashu, the Deputy District Commissioner Sidibeng, currently acting District Commissioner, had asked him to ask me not to oppose the bail application of Mr. Tau. I informed him that this is not a new bail application, but a further application on new facts, and we had already opposed the bail. The discussion was strange, and I found it inappropriate. You see that?
Yes.
And then at 75.4, shortly after the bail, Sergeant Chukuru requested that we meet. We met at Mall of the South. He told me that he was sent by Brigadier Nkwashu to thank me. I asked him what I was being thanked for. In response, he claimed not to know, but said he was asked to convey the message of appreciation. I told him that his previous request was that I not oppose the bail, and that I could not agree to that request. Further, that Mr. Tau was granted bail not because of anything I did, and he knows that, and so I don't know why he is approaching me like this. And then if we can go to item and paragraph 96, I think. You can just go there for completeness.
76.
96, paragraph 96 on 309. Let me just confirm. Sorry, it's item 85, my apologies, page 346. Do you have it?
Yes.
Paragraph 55. Upon questioning him about these items, this is a witness C's statement, sorry. Mr. Molefe informed us that Brigadier Nkwashu had visited him in prison and brought him the polo tracksuits. I found it startling that a senior SAPS official who had no active involvement in the murder investigation would visit an accused of a serious crime at a prison facility. We took steps to determine the facts surrounding this. Next page. 56, our inquiries revealed that Brigadier Nkwashu had attended at the prison facility on 9 December 2024 and introduced himself as the brother-in-law of Mr. Molefe. The Brigadier allegedly informed the prison officials that the accused Mr. Molefe was arrested at the airport and was therefore not in possession of any clothes or food. He therefore wanted to see the suspect. The prison officials further advised that Brigadier Nkwashu had arrived at the facility after visiting hours, driving a white BMW SUV that had no number plate. This was alarming to them because if Brigadier Nkwashu attended in his official capacity, they questioned the removal of the vehicle registration plates. And then at paragraph 10, on 10 December 2024, the head of Groenpunt facility, Mr. Nkoli, went into the accused cell to ask him if he was related to Brigadier Nkwashu. Mr. Molefe said that he was not related to Brigadier Nkwashu. You see that? Now, when you go back to the transcript of the conversation between you and witness A at page 70 of file 4, here, now that we have that in our minds, do you see why witness A thought that you were talking about Brigadier Nkwashu as being the person that was trying to get you to stop bail, that was trying to stop, that was trying to interfere in the investigation, the Swart murder investigation, the district officer trying to interfere in a provincial investigation? Who is your homeboy?
Yeah, when I submitted my statement, witness A already has submitted the statement. And what is in my statement, which you depicted there, I was responding to the question from the commission regarding our relationship with Brigadier Nkwashu, specifically. And what happened what mentioned in the statement, Brigadier Nkwashu sending Chukudu and to speak to the investigators regarding the bail, I think it happened before December. And we are talking in December, where I'm saying some members at the district informed me that there was a talk about me that I'm the one who is blocking the bail. And that time, already he thanked the people for arranging bail as he requested and so forth. So, and I indicated those members didn't even want to tell me who is the person. And the district in Gauteng, there are 6, if I'm not mistaken. And there are a lot of people coming from my homeland and others not far from where I'm staying, working there. And there's nowhere where I'm saying here in the transcripts that is a district officer. I'm saying people working from the district and then having interest in cases which are not even investigated by them. So again, I'm not referring to Brigadier Nkwashu because even today, I don't know who exactly is those people. But I know the people who were talking to me, they are from Limpopo. I'm coming with them. And they are the one who told me that some people were saying that.
So you're saying that this didn't relate to Brigadier Nkwashu, it was just information that you had received?
Yeah, it might be. It
Okay.
might be, but they didn't indicate to me it's Brigadier Nkwashu.
Okay, they didn't indicate to you that it was Brigadier Nkwashu when you had the conversation, that's what you're saying. But it's possible that they were referring to Brigadier Nkwashu when they were giving you the information.
I said it might be possible, but I'm not saying they were referring, they didn't say they were referring to you. So I agree with you, it might be possible based on the analogy here, but I also indicated that it was in December when we were talking, and I'm not sure the request for bail and when the bail happened was which month.
But I read it out to you from Witness A. It related to Tao's bail, which was in August of 2024.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so in December, which bail I was blocking that time?
Well, only you know, General, because these are your words.
Yeah,
Remember, he was rearrested in September 2024, Mr. Tao, for violating his bail conditions.
Yeah, I didn't know. But remember me, I'm telling you, I was telling him about the gossip which I had to say, this is said about me.
Okay. Chair, you take the agenda.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
Thank you,
yes,
Chair.
it's, Sigels Nube.
General, switch on your microphones. Thank you. General, unless the commissioners have questions on Brigadier Nkwashu, I want to move on to the next topic in the phone call, which is your reference to the group of 5 on page 66 of file 4. Are you there?
Yes, yes, Advocate.
Just 3 lines above line 20. You say, yes, no, you see those people, they like drama because this guy was the same group with Mswazi. And we know by this guy you were referring to Mr. Katiso Molefe, correct?
Yes.
And then you next speak, you say, yes, him, I am sure they are 5. They are a group of, they are 5, they were 5. They are having other companies together also, or mining rights together. Right? Now, can I just ask you, when I had put witness A's version about this to you, you had denied that you had said anything about a group of 5. Do you recall that? When I asked you in your evidence in chief, can I just read from the record? And maybe we can display it.
What was the question?
Just a moment. You want to address the chair?
No, I'll wait. I wanted to ask what was the question. I was responding to a question when I denied.
Okay.
So that's why I was saying what was the question, but I will wait.
Okay. I saw you looking at the chair as if you want to address the chair.
No, I thought maybe it is on the screen, the question will be appearing.
Yes, I'm
My
just
apologies.
trying to display it. Because the transcripts seem to be 2 different. Okay. So it will come on the display, General. I was reading from so you'll see, I'll put it on. It says there after line 20 on the transcript, can you see? Okay, then 94, during the call, General Shibiri told me that Molefe was part of a group of 5 individuals with interest in mining. And then in the Northwest Province, and that one of these groups belongs to a group of, and then the name is given. And then I asked you, and you say, no, I deny all of those. Do you see?
Yes.
And I even asked you about, you also said another guy is a Zulu guy called Zay, who stays in Sandton, who I understood to be Zay Ngomalo. He said Zay is close to Julius Malema, who is close to General Shibiri. And you said you deny all of those.
Yes.
Now, do you want to just comment on that denial in light of the transcript of the call?
Yeah. I think I was referring to my statement where I think the question, when referring to the 5, the group of 5, it had another thing again. I don't know if it was indicating cartel or something. That is what I deny. I never talked about a cartel. I said the person arrested, he was involved with a group of 5 and they have in business interest when we were talking on the phone, and I also testified now. So my denial was about that one. And then when coming to the issue of Zay, I indicated somebody called Zay, and all, but I never said Numal. So when you put a surname, is something else because I don't know. And this, remember, I'm talking about information of which I don't even know who's there. And I indicated in my statement that when I was asked the relation of Zé and General and Mr. Malema, to say, I was once in the office of the General. There were a female and a Chinese guy who came to report about a case of vandalism at the mine in Northern Cape, and he indicated he is business partner with Zenuma. And that is when I heard the name in that office. So suggesting they might be knowing it, he might be knowing him because they came to his office to report. And Mr. Malema, I indicated that yes, sometimes he sent me to attend to certain cases and said he received a call from Mr. Malema. So it was from those bases.
No, General. I put to you Witness A's version in his statement. I had put to you his version of what transpired in the telephone call. And you then, I said to you, let's go through what you confirm and what you deny. Yes. And I read that out to you and you denied all of it. You said, yes, I deny all of those.
And I'm giving my reasons why I denied. If you added something on top of Z, then I deny. And if you added something, what was the question? That is what I was asking.
Put it back on the screen, the part that Advocate Ngube is referring to, then General can respond. I think you've moved on now. It's no longer on the screen. Sorry to interrupt you, General. You misunderstood the question. So I wanted them to put it back on the screen so that you can know what they're asking you.
And whilst you are doing what... Let's hope it will be quick.
There we go. It seems to be working now.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I was saying, whilst you are looking for the transcript again, or is it there already? But let me say what I want to say. We should spell people's names or even names of places. Was looking at this, for example, the Z-A-Y, when the name is Z-E-E, and there was also a strange-looking surname there. We should spell people's names, and if it's a witness speaking, we should ask the witness to spell the name as well.
Will do, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
General, we'll just put it up again so you'll see there. Look at the screen, General. You'll see after line 20, I say, okay, then 94. 94 is a reference to paragraph 94 of Witness A's statement. I am putting to you what Witness A said during that call. And in that call, he refers to a group of 5 individuals that you had told him about, which included Mr. Molefe. And then I also said to you that he had told you him about another guy, which is a tall Zulu guy that lives in Sandton, Z-E, for the transcript, and his surname. There was no surname.
Of course, once a name has been mentioned, we'll trust the transcriber to remember that we won't be spelling every time a name is mentioned.
Indeed, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Do you recall that, General? And then I asked you and you said, no, I deny all of those. So now you've seen the transcript of the recording. I am asking you whether you are still sticking to that denial. You want to clarify the denial, and then we can address what you meant in the call.
Yeah, I remember, and I even indicated that, because on my statement I said I can't recall, and I gave the reason why I indicated that, and I even asked if I recall, must I mention these names here and whatsoever. But today I did indicate that I agree with the statement to say, yes, I informed you, I shared information with him to say, the same person, I got information that he was working with somebody, and they were a group of 5, and they are having even mining rights, yes.
Okay. Now, if we then go back to the transcript of the call, the recording of the call, you can go to file 4, page 66.
66.
Yeah, 66. And we are at line 21, where it says, yes, him, I am sure they are 5. They are a group of, they were 5. They are having other companies together also, or mining rights together. Now, this group of 5, you say they are having other companies together also, or mining rights together. So it seems to me like you are saying, in addition to the companies or the mining rights that they have, there's another reason why you are referring to them as a group of 5, because you say having other companies together also. So what is the primary reason that you are referring to them as a group of 5? It can't just be because they have companies together.
I'm saying they were a group of 5 partners, according to information, and that is what I said even today, to say information I got that the arrested person, he was belonging to the group of the deceased, and they were about 5, they are having also companies. That is what I indicated.
Oh, they all originate from the deceased Mr. Mswazi, the 5.
That is what I said, yes.
Okay. And there's the Mr. Mswazi's name is mentioned, and we know that there's Mr. Molefe, and then there's a name that you don't mention. That's fine. Who are the other 2?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Okay.
How do you know there are 5 if you don't know about the other 2?
Commissioner, that is what I was told, that there were 5, and then I happened to know the other 3 names which I were informed.
Told by whom?
By a source. Remember, I said after I remember even before, the source indicated to me that they arrested 3. They previously worked for Mr. Mswazi and as contract killers. And later on, when we were discussing after the arrest of Mnifa, I indicated to him, I got further information that this person was working with Mswazi and the other people, and they were also involved in mine. That is what I indicated. And I indicated those names that name which I was informed. Then other names which I'm not informed, I don't know.
The 2 names that you mentioned in the same transcript, Joe on 68 and Zay on 67, are they part of the 5?
No, that was something else. Remember, I indicated to say after the decease of Mswazi, my understanding is Joe took over as leading at the industry. And I was saying, I was regarding the whole fight is about taxi violence and so forth. That is where I mentioned that name. I said now there are people who are also there in the taxis now venturing on the construction mafia and whatsoever. That is what I indicated. So it's not related to that.
But your simple answer is Joe and Zay are not part of the group of 5 that you mentioned in 66?
No.
Okay.
How do you know they're not part of the group of 5 if you don't know who the group of 5 is, according to you?
because I was not, that information which was shared to me, they were not mentioned. And I just indicated to say the name Joe came out to say after Mswazi's demise, then he's the one who took charge on the taxis. And I was talking about something else. And regarding Mr. Orze, I indicated he is known to the two gentlemen, and I indicated the reason why I said they are known to him, to the general.
General, what you're being asked is, you say there are 5, and your language, I'm trying to see, you say, I am sure there are 5. So you say 5, and then you mention 2 names here in the next sentences. You mentioned the 2 names, Swazi and that other name, and then you say, and others, you see. Now, when you are asked about whether Joe is part of the 5, and the same as Zay, whether they are part of the 5, you say no.
Yes.
And what Ms. Sigals Ngube is asking is, but if you say you don't know who are the other members of the group, what you call the group of 5, if you don't know who the others are, how are you firmly saying Joe is not part of them? Zay is not part of them, because if you say that, if you answer that way, it suggests that you know who are the other members of the group of 5.
Commissioner, I'm sure even the journalists in here, they know the rivalry between Joe and Mswazi, so they cannot be one belonging to that. And in the context of what I was sharing information regarding Joe, it was something else. And there by the 5 already we know who's the 3, and then the only ones which we don't know is the 2. But again, I'm saying everybody knows that there was a rivalry between Joe and Mswazi. Then they cannot be the same group having same company together. So that is why I'm sure of that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know that Joe, there's rivalry with Mswazi. I didn't know that, maybe because I don't operate in that world. Now you've provided an explanation why Joe is not part of the 5. That's the explanation you have given.
Yeah.
Why do you say Zay? And Zay, because you do mention him in another context. I accept
Yes.
that you mention him in a particular context here. But the question was, how do you know Zay is not part of the group of 5? If you say, I don't know who the other 2 members of the group of 5 are. So, Joe, you know, you've explained why you say he cannot be. What about Zay, that you happen to mention in another context?
Because it was not mentioned, he was not mentioned in that information I got.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. That's sufficient for me, General.
No, and just to clarify, you mentioned him in this context, because if you look at where you mention Mswazi, I will skip the other name, and then you say, and others you see, and then witness A says, yes, because even to me, he said that he has interest in mining. You say, yes, somewhere in Rustenburg and Brits there, and then yes, he mentioned that. Then you say, yes, there is this other guy, his name is Zay, who's staying in Senton. So you don't change context. You don't move from group of 5 to other people. You're still discussing mining, specifically mining interest in Rustenburg and Brits. And then witness A says, yes, you mentioned that, he mentioned that. Then you say, yes, there is this other guy, Zay. So you're not talking about taxes here, you're still talking about the mining interest.
About mining interest, yes. And I've indicated that there was once people came to the office who indicated they were having mines with him in Kimberley and complaining to the National Commissioner and mentioned his, not Deputy National Commissioner, and mentioned his name.
You've promoted him already.
No.
No, finish your answer.
Yeah, no, I said, excuse me. And then they mentioned that they were partners with him, hence it was on that issue of mines.
Yes.
Yeah, and I indicated also that he's close to, they say he's close to Mr. Malema, and also the Deputy National Commissioner is also close to Malema, because now and then he reports to him certain cases which he tasked me. So it was in that context.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. General, are you aware that General Dumisani Kumalo gave evidence that one of the group of 5 is Mr. Matlala? One of the members is Mr. Matlala?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Matlala is one of the 5?
Now, what I know he was a security for the late, not part of the 5.
You know
I don't know. But I know he was providing security for the late Mswazi.
So you knew that Mr. Matlala is somebody that originates from the late Mswazi?
No. I know he provided service to Mr. Mswazi.
Linked to Mr. Okay, so he has a link to Mr. Mswazi, providing services for him.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask differently? Now that Mr. Mswazi passed, do you know if Mr. Matlala has got any association with this group of 5?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Thank you.
And you say that Joe is not part of the 5?
Yes.
If I take you to page 67.
Before you move away, still at starting page, line 22, page 66, where we were. You say, and the evidence leader has read this, yes, him, I'm sure they are 5. They are a group of 5. They were 5. They are having other, underline other, companies together. They are having other companies together also, or mining rights together. When you use other, it seems to suggest that there's something else in addition to the other companies that you are referring to. What's the other thing that they have together?
All of them, they were known for taxi. They were owning taxis. They are owning a fleet of taxis, and they were running the Santiago and so forth, yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So if we go to 67, where you reference Joe, page 67, are you there?
Yes.
The last 2 lines on page 67. Do you have it?
Headline?
The last 2 lines, Major General Shibiri. So, Mina, I was thinking that maybe it links to the taxis, but I said no, but these in the taxis. Do you see that?
Yes.
Just before we go on, where you say, I was thinking that maybe it links to the taxis, is the it that you're referring to the Aman Swart murder?
Yeah, I was referring to the murders happening from that particular groups. I was thinking their links is about taxi violence. Now this happened, so it's another thing.
Sorry, General, when you say it links, so you're saying that it is more than just the Aman Swart murder? Or is it the Aman Swart murder?
No, after Aman Swart murder happened, and then this person, Ormulefe, arrested, and these people who were contract murders from the taxi industry side. That is where I'm referring to, that I thought all this thing is about taxi violence, not other things.
Okay, so this is now in December 2024. So in December 2024, when you say it links, you are referring to the Aman Swart murder and other murders committed by those contract killers that were arrested for Aman Swart's murder.
No.
Okay, just clarify for me what you mean.
It was also testified here that somebody or the deceased was called notorious in the taxi, and there were allegations even though he was never arrested, or of which I don't know, maybe he was arrested. So I was thinking if ever these people will be arrested and these ones who are termed to be contract killers, it should be contract killers for taxi-related murders. But now somebody else who is not related to the murder is being murdered. So I was talking in that context.
Okay, so there you're referencing, but that's what I'd asked you, the Aman Swart murder. So you're not referring to the contract killers and Mr. Molefe, you are referring to the deceased Aman Swart. You thought that his murder is linked to the taxis, but it's not.
No.
Okay.
No, not. I was referring to it. That is amazing that these people who are known to be involved in this other side, now they killed somebody who is not belonging to the side of the taxis. Yes.
And these people, were you referring to just the contract killers, or were you referring to Mr. Molefe as well? When you say these people who are known to
Remember they said information I gave to them initially to say there is a handler who wanted them out. So I take it was him who might be the handler because I didn't know the merit. So, and I know he was to be, I'm told he's owning taxis. So hence, I mean, all four arrested, they're supposed to be maybe involved in the violence which might happen at the taxi environment, not outside the taxi environment.
Okay. But in May 2024, when you have the meeting with the investigators, you already tell them then that these contract killers used to be Swazi's contract killers, so they must go and find out who they are working for now. Remember, you said you gave intel so that CI and the investigators could follow up who are these contract killers working for now that Mr. Swazi is deceased. Do you recall that evidence?
I just said so again now. What you are repeating is what I just said. To say initially when I gave information that the source said these contract killers who are arrested, the people who are arrested actually, they are contract killers. That was the information which I gave to them to say this is what I'm told. And these people used to work by Mswazi. And now the current handlers, which we didn't know who were they want them out on bail. So even now, before the question, is what I repeated.
Yes, I'm just trying to clarify that is what you're saying now, because you knew this information in May of 2024 already, but you saying you didn't know the identity of the hit orderer in May 2024, but you knew that the contract killers were linked to the deceased Mswazi, and they needed to find out, the CI and the investigators needed to find out who these guys are working for now that the deceased is no more.
That's correct.
Okay. And now that person that gets accused of being involved in the murder in December 2024 and is arrested is Mr. Molefe, who you say originates from the deceased Mswazi.
Which I say, information I got say so. Because you are making as if I know.
Yes.
And then I came with it.
Well, I'm talking about what you're communicating to witness A. When you're speaking to witness A, you say this person was part of Mswazi's group. And you're referring to Mr. Molefe.
Yes.
Yes. So you know that. That is what you've been told, according to you. We are on the same page.
No,
I'm
you're tricking me again.
I'm really not tricking you, General. I think it's because I'm in agreement with you that you think I'm tricking you.
I said I was told information. So if you say I know is something else, it's different. I don't know, that is my understanding.
But generally, if you are told something, then you know it. Somebody tells you something, you know it. That's all. I think you think I'm tricking you because I'm in agreement with you. I'm just trying to clarify what your evidence is so that we know going forward that you are saying that in December when you are speaking to witness A, you are telling witness A that Molefe is linked to Mswazi, but you didn't know that it was Molefe in May 2024.
Yeah, blame my tutors. They said what you know or knowledge is what you have experienced.
Okay, let's move on, General.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think in fairness to this discussion, General, in your conversation with the investigating officer, you don't say, I have been told. And you can look at it. It's not how you express yourself. You express yourself as they are part of, he Molefe. They are 5. I'm sure they are 5. They are a group of, they were 5. They're having other companies together also, or mining rights together. So you are not saying to him, you are relaying what you have been told. In fact, on the next paragraph, he says, in the further conversation, he says, yes, to me too, he told me that he has an interest in mining. And then you say, somewhere in Rustenburg and Bretz. Now, that conversation, you are not conveying it as I have been told. You're telling A, these are the facts.
I had a tasking from the DNC General Shibiri that he got a tasking from Joe Ferrari, the rise of Mswazi, the chairpersons and regionals and whatsoever. And the general gave me a name of a guy called Tami from Gauteng to say he's a chairperson, I think in Gauteng can assist me. But I saw that this is not going to help me. So I happened to know the president of Santaco. Then I phoned the president and said, there is a question which we need your information about. How many associations are there? How many chairpersons in regions and so forth? Because I knew Santago is the biggest one. And then he said he's in the meeting and gave me the number of the secretary to say, I must send an email. I told my secretary to send an email. And I asked Nkosi to say, do you know the chairperson? He said, yes. I said, I've spoken to the chairperson. They're supposed to give me this and that. I'm going to the meeting. My secretary have forwarded an email to their office. Just follow up that they respond. They responded well after some time. And I think I got the file or explaining all those things. So that was the reason. This was a tasking to him to follow up for me when I was going to a meeting. Okay, and at that stage you knew who Mswazi was, you knew who Joe Ferrari was, you knew all of that? And Mswazi was already passed when I sent this. Yes, I knew. Okay. I knew, but tasking is a tasking. Police officer is a police officer. When I task you to go and do the job, go and do the job. Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. I'm just trying to test that you didn't know how about Mr. Matlala. You just referred to Mr. Matlala as providing security for Mswazi, but you don't know that what General Dumisani Kumalo says that Matlala became one of the group of 5. At this stage, he would have been in the group of 5 because Mr. Mswazi is no more. This is October 2024. You speaking to witness A in December 2024. Even today, I don't know. I heard what the investigation reveals now by the general. I don't know. And when you were telling the investigators in 2024 that the guns that were found on the alleged hitman of Aman Swart was connected to other murders, did your source tell you which murders they were? No. You didn't know? No. Okay. And now do you know? What I heard about a DJ somebody, another DJ whom I forgot the name. I think I heard about 3. The attempted murder of Tebogo Tobejani. No, the attempted murder, I know that not about the firearms, about the suspects, those who were arrested on the Amanswar. They are linked to that, yes. So you know about the suspects? Yes, they are charged on it, on the Tobejani murder. Okay, so you know that the accused, Mr. Musa Kekana and Mr. Floyd Mabusela, that's being accused together with Mr. Ket Matlala for the attempted murder of Tebogo Tobejani, are also co-accused of Mr. Katiso Molefe in the murder of Mr. Aman Swart. Yes. Okay, and you didn't have any knowledge of that connection of those contract killers when you spoke to the investigators in May of 2024. I knew the connection of what? You didn't know that those contract killers in May 2024, when you spoke to the investigators, you didn't know that those contract killers that had been arrested for Aman Swart's murder were also involved in the murder of DJ Somebody as well as the attempted murder of Tobejani. No. You didn't know? No, I didn't know. Okay. Remember when the DJ Somebody happened in Gauteng and I was still in Gauteng, so I was interested to finding out who killed him. So if I knew, they could have been linked. I remember even head office, General Mutsipe, they had some information and took the docket, and it was taken away from them after maybe the linkages have done. That I know, but I didn't know they are linked to any. What I knew is information, which I indicated in my statement and what I testified is, the source informed me that those firearms are going to link with more murders, and that is what I conveyed to the investigators.
And they did indeed link. There was indeed a link. And it was, one of the links is to the person that you took a loan from, Mr. Madlanga, in September of 2024.
I don't know about that. And I didn't know if that will happen, so it happened. So even if it is linked to him, I didn't know. And it happened is a good thing that he's arrested for that.
And then, General, can I just ask you whether you had ever had any telephonic interaction with Mr. Mutsumi?
Yes.
Can you tell us why? Can you tell us who's Mr. Mutsumi?
I know him as a businessman. He phoned me and said he was referred to me, that I'm dealing with extortions, and they were having problem with extortionists in somewhere in Reger Park, and also I think I was in Tanzania. They phoned me, I referred him to Brigadier Khorani, the provincial head of Northwest, where there was a problem in the mining area where they were working with this 50%, and others were coming, robbing the chrome and so forth. So that is how we had telephone conversation, and then it was about him reporting that, referred to me. As I've indicated, the extortions falls under me. So I didn't even ask who referred you to me, and until today I don't know.
And do you know what industry Mr. Mutsumi is in?
The complaint in Reger Park was construction. The complaint in, I think is Brett's, it was mining. So I think it's construction and mining. Furthermore, I don't have knowledge.
And do you know if Mr. Mutsumi had any relationship with Mr. Mswazi, the late Mr. Mswazi?
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know if there's any relationship between Mr. Mutsumi and Mr. Molefe or any other members of the group of five? And I ask the question because you've just said that he mentioned mining in Brett's, and in your transcript we've referred to Brett's already, that group of people having mining in Brett's.
No, I don't know, because I knew about Mr. Molefe or seeing him on TV recently after the arrest, but not immediately, because that time I couldn't see on the TV. And yes, and that is when I started knowing him, but I don't know his circle.
Okay. So you don't know whether there's any connection in
No,
this mining in Brett's between Mr. Mutsumi and Mr. Molefe or any member of the group of five?
Yeah, I don't know, because my communication with Mr. Mutsumi was always about his complaints, and I will always refer him to the relevant people working with it to deal with it. For example, that one I indicated, I can remember that one because it was, I think, last year. I referred him to Brigadier Khorani to assist, because he is the provincial head of organized crime.
Thank you, General.
General, sorry, just remind me, you said with the call with Mr. Mutsumi, who called who?
He called me, and I called him back to give him feedback that certain person will phone him.
And do you recall when was this?
The other one was, if not, I think the first one was 2024. The last one, which I can remember, I was in Tanzania, it should be April, May 2025, I think.
Okay, we also have a record of a call in 6 June 2025, you making the call. And that is in file 4, page 8.
That might have happened because I remember I came back on the, I think if it's not the 1st of June, it's the 1st of May when I came back. And there was still not satisfaction about how it was handled because one of his partners they were indicating that this person persistently, because what happens, what they explained is Samanka gives them mining places to mine, and then they extract, and then Samanka buys the minerals from them. And then there was one who was blasting all over, damaging electricity and whatsoever. And when Samanka stops him, you want them to give portions and whatsoever. But they were giving messages to the brigadier, and the brigadier could only open an inquiry to follow up, but he wanted somebody to give a statement in order for them to go forward, but nobody was forthcoming, and they were not happy. We had to meet, and then I phoned him to explain to him that, no, we need a complainant. We cannot use only this. We can open inquiry, but it can lead us up to so far. But you are approached by a person, so give statements. So that is where I ended.
You recall when Chair said that he finds it concerning that police officers and generals in particular are afraid to mention the name of certain people, the names of certain people.
Yes.
And he referred to you, and then he referred to another general.
Yes.
And the name that the general, which is General Senona, was afraid to mention was Mutsumi. Do you know why he would be afraid to mention his name?
I don't know, but I know why I didn't want to mention certain names, because I have established that even those who are on the other side or investigating, they are close to the same people, and you don't know who you are dealing with. So, hence I said, even me now publicly saying this, I don't think I've been brave to do this, because it's not easy if you have information about certain things. So General Snona might be having different information about the individual, which I don't know. My engagement with the individual was because he was a complainant and he was referred to me, as many people are referred to me.
And your fear of wanting to mention the name that we haven't mentioned is because that person is part of this group of 5 that you told witness A about?
Actually, I didn't want anybody to be mentioned, which I mentioned there. But my prayer didn't get through, so maybe I need to pray more. But it didn't get through. I didn't want any name to be mentioned for that matter.
When you say any names, who do you mean?
All those names you were mentioned.
Zay?
All those names, I don't know, all those names which were mentioned.
Well, I want to understand why you would have a fear mentioning a politician's name. So, Mr. Malema, why would you be afraid to mention a politician's name? He's a public figure.
Politicians have followers. It's like a priest. You don't know who's mad out there, who can do what when you say things. So I have seen a lot in the 38 years I'm working with the police. So I understand.
Leaving that topic, General, the question that I also had was, yes, you were reluctant to mention these other names, but there is this one particular name that you drew the line on and said, reluctantly the others can be mentioned, but not this one. Even the recording has to be manipulated so that mention of this name is not heard. And we're not asking you to mention the name. We respect the engagement that has taken place between the legal teams. Maybe the question is, why? What is the reason? And remember, General, look here, General, I want you to look behind me and understand what is it that this commission is probing. Do you see that this commission is probing interference and infiltration of the subs by alleged crime syndicates?
I have full understanding.
Yes.
And again, without us coming to testify, the commission won't exist.
Yes.
And tomorrow, whatever finding will come without us being in existence again, it won't work. I indicated here my first day to come here and say, I thought it was reckless from crime intelligence head. And I'm taken to be maybe against crime intelligence. I respect the men very much. And we worked along well, and with all of them. And they can attest to that. I got information, I called them, and it's my point of departure. But to come, I had qualms with, to come here and say Shibiri gave us the name of the cartel. And you are having bodyguards 24 hours because of you don't want to be harmed by the same cartel. So that is what I indicated.
When you say you, I assume you're talking about General Kumalo.
Yes, he's having bodyguards.
When you say you, looking at the three of us,
I'm addressing you as,
Yes.
as my commissioners. I'm addressing you. So I'm referring to that to come and say that it was not palatable with me, and I thought it is putting me in danger. And that is why I indicated. I even requested a threat risk assessment, and I didn't get any response because maybe because I said I'm considered maybe to be a loyalist to General Sibia or whatever. But that is something. Here today where we are, my legal team, I indicated to them, I don't want this recording to be played, and if it is supposed to be played, it must be played in camera, of which I think the Commission's terms of reference allows. And I've seen people testifying as witness what, and what. And those people are under protection. I'm not. So you can ask them.
Can I interrupt you? You're going to continue because you're saying too many things. When you say you requested a threat and risk assessment, again, it's from SAPS.
Yes.
Yes, just so that we continue.
Yes, from SAPS.
Again, because
my
remember now
commission.
you're referring to the commission.
Yeah.
And the public is listening. So we didn't want the public to think you've asked the commission.
No, the commission is now
assisting
assisting me.
Yes. No, you don't have to mention.
Yeah, okay.
But please don't speak at the same time. What you just said is very important. You say, with regard to protection, the commission is now assisting you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, but from my team, legal team, they know my plea was, this must not be played. This must not be discussed outside, or it must be protected like any other. For that reason, but my prayers were not met, so I will live with the consequences. So it's fine.
It's my question, because I want to give you a chance or an opportunity, and I don't want you to leave me with the feeling that you did not assist the commission to fulfill its mandate. And I hope you understand that, because what has happened in 2024, you can't revisit, you can't go back to 2024 and change that. Your request to crime intelligence, we cannot go back and change that. When we are sitting here, we are probing these very issues. And if you are reluctant to share information with us, information that you know is relevant to our terms of reference, and information that you know will assist us to get to the bottom of what is happening. Have criminal syndicates infiltrated subs at the very highest levels? And if you know that, but you don't want to tell us because you fear for your safety or for some other reasons, I don't want to be left, once you are gone, I don't want to be left with a feeling that General knew something, but he didn't want to tell us or was reluctant to tell us. Because I don't want to make findings against you based on that feeling or that hunch or that belief that you didn't tell us all you knew. Do you understand?
Yes,
That's why we are asking this question.
Yes,
Is there a reason why you don't want this name to be mentioned? And I'm not asking you to mention the name. I'm just asking you, is there a reason why you don't want this specific name to be mentioned?
For the same reason, Commissioner, I love this country. And I've been a police officer for 38 years, and because I'm a patriot. When I came, it was because of money. I didn't have work. And then it changed when I'm working here and when I'm growing. One of the questions, number one, which the Commission asked me, was to indicate if ever I have knowledge of infiltration and how it happens. And I tried, to my level best of my knowledge, to articulate that to the Commission so that I assist. And I wanted to say, whatever it is said there, I told everybody what I told you because I wanted us to fight this crime and then to deal with it. So it cannot, when I have done so, and then don't want to tell the Commission. But I felt, because it's not yet over, and the fight is still going on, but the information is needed. And you made a provision that it can be heard, otherwise not mentioning names. Hence I said I wanted all those names not to be mentioned or relating to my conversation with witness A and whatsoever. And it was unfortunate that when I wrote my statement, I used not recalling, mentioning something intentionally to say I don't want to deny. I want to say in later stage, if we agree, because I told my team, if we agree, then I recall and indicate. And I also indicated here, because of that, I know I lived the same life for more than 6 years, which they are living now, and it's not the first time. So, not to say, I know I will perish one day and I will die, it's fine. Now I'm having grown up, I'm having grandchildren, it's fine. That is why I said, let me take what is given to me, I can't get all. But I didn't want all the names to be mentioned.
General, I see you're not going to answer this question. You may have your reasons, so I'm going to leave you with this. Are you willing to mention this name in camera and reasons why you were not prepared to tell us in public why you don't want this name to be mentioned?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
You're leaving the Mutsumi discussion? Okay, let me just ask 2 questions out of that. General, you explained that Mr. Mutsumi called you because someone had referred him to you. Did I understand you correctly or hear you correctly that there was in fact more than one call with him?
Yes,
because
yes.
You speak of 2024 and then you speak of 2025.
Yes.
Okay, can you just explain, in 2024 he calls, is it just one call and the next time you speak in 24, or what happens there? What number of calls do you have in 24?
No, he called, and then I called the investigators because he was not the complainant, obviously the managers, and then I will also call and give him feedback and so forth.
So there was a formal complaint. You say there were investigators. So does that mean there was a docket?
Yeah, there was a case opened in that particular station, but I can get I don't have the case now. I can get the case.
You can get us the details of that.
I can get the case. And
yes.
then in Northwest, Brigadier Khorani can attest to that. It's just that I don't have my WhatsApp, but I think he will still have the WhatsApps I forwarded to him of what was being depicted and what was happening.
Yes.
Yes.
And that is, all of that is in 2024.
No, I think
I'm just trying to understand.
Brigadier Khorana, I think, is 2025.
Okay, so that's the one that we have here,
Yes.
a record of. That's when he called you.
Yeah, it's 2025 when he called me. That is why I remember, because I attended the SARPCO preparatory for AGM of SARPCO in Dar es Salaam when I received the call.
Okay. And yeah, you've offered that you can get for and for this one in 2025, is there a docket? Was there an investigator?
I think Brigadier indicated that they opened an inquiry. I will follow up with him, but they did attend to numerous complaints whereby they arrested people who were robbing in that particular area, robbing the chrome or whatsoever. So, but he can provide such information.
All right, thank you for that offer. And then from the evidence that, maybe let me ask it differently. What do you know about the association between Sergeant Ngosi and Mr. Mutsumi? Do you know anything about them being associated in any way?
Not really, but it seems they know each other because when I was speaking about the mine thing, he indicated to say he knows Mutsumi. So I believe they know each other.
Okay, so you mentioned your Mutsumi conversation.
Yeah, because that time there was buses banned in Breads. And when they were going that side, I said, also, you must find out what is happening in those particular area of the mines there. I had a complaint from Mr. Mutsumi. He indicated, is Mutsumi who? I said, if I remember, he said Stephen or something like that, yes.
Okay. And that's all? That's the only discussion you've had with Sergeant Nkosi about Mr. Mutsumi?
Yeah, that what I can remember of, yes.
Okay. And then General Sibia, do you know anything about any association between him and Mr. Mutsumi?
I don't know. They might have, because I said he was referred to me, and I don't know who referred him to me, and I didn't ask him who referred him to me, but maybe they might be knowing each other because he knows a lot of business people, and mostly in South Africa it's like that. Prominent people, they don't like going down to the police station. They start there on the top. They will phone their member of parliament from their constituency, who will phone the minister for national commissioner or the deputy or the DIFCOM. Then they phone us, and then we will go down to the provinces. Or if they are used to the provincial commissioner, they will phone the provincial commissioner direct. So this is the culture of our people. They feel they can be assisted better if they speak to the one on the top. So the possibility is there that
you don't know.
I don't know
of any association. No. Thank you. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to
Yes,
disturb
Mr.
you. In that, with your permission, Chair, with regard to the issue of name mentioning, my instructing attorney has just basically instructed me to place something on record, particularly because the General might actually feel that we did not do enough to try and try and save the situation and so on. And this is just for the purpose of placing it on record. Other than talking to the legal team of this commission with regard to how the issue of the audio was going to be approached, I specifically, before the commission resumed, specifically raised the issue. I went to my colleague and raised the issue of whether or not the audio can be played without mentioning the names, for instance, referring to the names in terms of letters, whether it's A, B, or G, and so on and so on. And I made the point that I don't see what harm that would do to the case that they would have been trying to
All the
present.
names or just the one name that has been skipped?
Indeed, and if necessary, the general could simply write those names, just like it did with regard to one of the sources that he mentioned in here and then present them. But to avoid mentioning names, and I said,
If it seems to be the case, there's an issue with regard to only one name, why should others not be mentioned?
well, my understanding was that, our instruction was that actually he didn't want all the names to be mentioned, but obviously he had to concede as he realized that there was a resistance to. Eventually he said, look, well, if it must happen, it must happen, then you can mention all the other names. So I think he was very frustrated. But the point that we are trying to do is just to place on record that we did, because bringing a formal application for an in-camera would basically have delayed the whole process. I mean, the issue arose while we would have had to adjourn and bring a formal application, and so it would have delayed the whole process, and he himself wants the proceedings to. I just thought that, my instructor just thought that we should place that on record. It's not as if he's trying to hide anything, but it's just concerned, just like anyone else, about his own safety.
But when we resumed after the adjournment and everything then unfolded the way it did, we assumed that was on the basis of an agreement between you and the evidence leaders.
Indeed, we tried, I personally tried my best to try and understand, but of course there was
But did we not proceed in accordance with what had been agreed? I assume that was so. And in fact, I think all of us did. Yes.
Well, it has already happened.
At least with regard to the other names.
With regard to the other names.
All the names that have been mentioned, or the names that have been mentioned. Yeah.
Indeed. We were just placing it on record because, as I'm saying, Chair.
But maybe I should.
We couldn't understand why.
Yes.
Not
Maybe I should
hear Ms.
Sorry for speaking while she was speaking. Please continue.
No, I'm sorry, Chair. I was simply saying, not mentioning the names, referring them by letters and so on. So I couldn't understand because those names would have been imported. They know the names. You would have known the names. You know the names. The public are just interested in the information, not necessarily the names. And there's a reason why the names shouldn't have been mentioned and so on.
You see, my difficulty is if the witness has an issue or a problem with only one name, I don't understand why the rest of the names should be, or why letters should be used in respect of the rest of the names. I have a difficulty understanding that, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I fully understand what the Chair is saying, but my submission is that he had a problem with mentioning all the names. But of course, it looks like they were grays. He was more concerned about certain people and so on. But he would have preferred that no one should have been mentioned and so on for reasons that he knows. He operates in that particular space. He understands the problems that might be out there. So he understands them better than us. And,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mkhize. Ms. Sigels.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The General's initial concern was about the one name that has been redacted. And then when we had reached agreement, my learned friend came to me and indicated that the General didn't want another name also disclosed. And I indicated that that name is already part of witness, in fact, all the names are part of witness A's statement, which is already on the website, already available, and which I had already put to the witness, to General Shibiri, publicly. So it didn't make sense. But insofar as the one name that had been redacted, we had no problem because there was an agreement. But it just seemed that it was now further agreements on names that were already public, and that is why. And I obviously would rather not disclose what it was said about why those names shouldn't. The General was uncomfortable about those other names.
So the short point is we proceeded in accordance with the agreement between council.
Indeed, Chair.
Yes.
I think the general was just responding insofar as the suggestion is that he's afraid to just mention that name. It's not that the suggestion is that he's not afraid to mention that name. He didn't want any of the names mentioned, not because of fear is the suggestion, but because he didn't want them named.
Towards the end, in response to a question by me, Mr. Mkhize, you were talking, I don't know if you heard, Ms. Sigels-Ncube says, we proceeded in accordance with what was agreed between council. Do you confirm that? Finally, whatever may have been said leading up to that agreement, but ultimately the agreement was in accordance with,
It was more,
rather how we proceeded was in accordance with
it
what
was more of a concession than an agreement, Chair. They said, look, yes, and then we had, yes.
All right, an agreement extracted through a concession. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Please take. Oh.
Thank you.
Sorry. Because of this conversation, maybe let me just ask my question. I know, General, that Commissioner Khumalo asked you to try and to get out of you why this particular name you don't want to mention. And he did mention that General Sinona didn't want to mention Mr. Mutsumi, which he did mention eventually. And the explanation in the application was that name belongs to a very dangerous person. Now, you heard the chair yesterday when he started, expressed concern about generals being afraid to mention names. Is it the same reason? Is it fear that this person is dangerous? In fact, let me ask all of them, the people. We know that Mr. Mswazi has passed on. You didn't want to mention any one of these people. You have said they have somebody, you never know who's related and associated with whom, but you made a compromise, even on the basis of that concern. You made the compromise that the other names can be mentioned, but there is just this one name that let me finish. There's just this one name that you don't mention. My question is not so much about this one name, it is to understand the reasons for not wanting to mention people by name. And there's a risk of attaching possible explanations if there's no explanation, satisfactory explanation from you, the witness. The one risk may be, well, you're protecting this person. You don't want them to be exposed. That's the one risk. And I'm saying risk, I'm not saying that's why you're not mentioning them. The one risk is, well, you're protecting and maybe you're sacrificing, you're prepared to sacrifice the others now that you were put in a spot and you're providing cover to this person. That's the one risk, possible explanation. The other explanation is, well, maybe there's still ongoing investigations about all of them, but especially this one. Maybe the investigation is still in early days, and so you would be compromising it. The other possible explanation is all of them are dangerous, but especially, like Mr. General Sinona said about Mutsumi, they are all dangerous, but especially this one. And maybe there are chords with your safety concern where you say they all have protection and I don't have protection. That's a possible explanation, and that's the chair's premise, that it's because you're concerned, you're scared for your physical safety. So without a proper explanation, there's a risk that not just us, but the listening public, they draw their own conclusions. You've heard the chair yesterday say it's a sad day that generals who are supposed to be investigating these people are scared of them. I don't know if you're happy to leave it at that. that's the impression that these exchanges of fear and not mentioning people, they leave that impression. Can I ask you to comment if you want to? You don't have to, General, if you feel you've said enough about it. I just, in fairness to you, think I should put it to you because it's something that's of a bother, that the head of organized crime in the country doesn't mention names and we don't quite know why.
Yeah, it happens worldwide that people subject to investigation, sometimes we don't mention. And again, that is why even in the country we have laws whereby we can say we don't mention certain information. And some people who are outside their business, people or whoever, they worked with us and knew us in and out and whatever, better than other people. So it becomes a problem when you arm somebody who you know he knows you in and out, or even your own family can be known to them. So the danger is not about me. The danger might be, I know the senior counsel, I know where his children are going, and we went to school together and know everything in and out. And sometimes you know how those people can behave. So I didn't want to respond actually, but I know you will not let it go. So that is why I responded.
It's a safety issue, General. Is that all it is?
Yes.
It's a safety issue.
Yeah.
All right. That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. General, there's just one aspect that I want to deal with in conclusion. You indicated in your supplementary statement that there's this suggestion that some police officers are getting promotions or being offered promotions for giving information or negative information about you. Do you recall that part of your statement?
Yes.
And you make that same suggestion insofar as witness A's recent promotion to warrant officer. You call that?
Yes.
And you say that the commission must be mindful of that or look into that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to understand on what basis do you suggest that witness A's promotion may be, that he may have been promoted to warrant officer because he had done anything or said anything negative towards you or about you?
Yeah. As once General Mkhwanazi indicated that you have informers, I also have informers. And that is why I was able to assist the team to say this is coming, this is going to happen. And from within the SAPS itself, I worked with I was very prolific in my investigating time, and a lot of people will like to come to me and whatever, and the information comes out to say people are promised posts if they can get information against you. And I indicated before that I even had information that people were going around with my picture, wanting to get statements to say, I was staying at the penthouse or what. And I gave a statement of a member who was driving me from October to December, whereby I was approached by one member who's working there to say, we want information about the person you are driving, his relation with General Shibiri, and we can make you a captain. And we attached that statement. So it is on that basis. And also, I indicated to the commission that one of the recommendations by the commission was the National Commissioner must appoint a team to investigate those who were being mentioned here in the commission and where the commission had a view that there's a prima facie case, including myself. And And when we learned what is the team constitution, is that it's constituted by members who worked at the PKTT, and the leader is still General Kumalo, who is one of the people making allegations against us. So that is why I said the commission maybe must look into that to say, how is that? Because I was thinking a high-level team, maybe with DPCI and whoever and what, who will be neutral in this whole matter. But I was just highlighting. But the thing which made me to highlight is because of that driver who came to me and said, hey, on a weekend, people came to my house and said this and that and that and that and that. And yeah, it's a problem. And I could see also that there is a circle of people circled working together to make sure these people are get rid of. For example, I was not moved anywhere until General Kumal testified at the ad hoc committee then, and at the committee they asked, why is that Shibiri still loitering at the offices of SAPS? And he indicated, no, the information is he's moved somewhere. You know, the following 2 days I got a letter to be moved somewhere. And then after that, I got a letter of suspension. So this is how it works. Like it's a team, they're wanting to make sure that those who are not towing the line with us, we get rid of them. There is, if we have done something wrong, it's fine. You must pay for dues for what you have done. So, but I highlighted this to make sure. It seems, it is suspicious, seemingly, some of those things happens. They got promoted, all of them who are there, according to my information.
Okay.
And maybe then it made me to have such suspicion. I'm not saying it is like that, but it made me to have such suspicion.
But General, you...
Sorry. Just for the record, and this is something I said previously, I think it was during your testimony already, a perception may be created around the task team you are referring to, that we are responsible for the composition of that task team. I just want to place it on record that we are not. The commission is not responsible for that. All that the commission did was to make the referrals. Thank you.
Thank you,
No,
Chair.
I'm aware, Commissioner.
No. Yes, you are General, but people listening to you without the background, the necessary background, they may have a misperception about this. So I just thought I should clarify it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
General, insofar as you say that it is suspicious that they've all been promoted, I'm not sure that I understand. You're not suggesting that someone like Witness A, who is actually facing and challenging internal forces that were trying to compromise an investigation, and facing external forces such as members of this Group 5 that you are scared to mention, which he mentioned publicly, their names. You're not suggesting somebody of his caliber shouldn't be promoted as he has been, are you?
With due respect, promotion in SAPS, there is a policy. And there is a lot. I told you about a lady who is still in witness protection, who is not promoted there. But I'm not saying if he qualifies or whatever. That is why I'm talking about suspicion. There is a policy of how people are promoted. And there is a lot in SAPS who are going through that. I went through that. I was not promoted on basis of that. But I'm not saying he is not worth rewarding him if ever there is a need. There were awards where they were awarded and whatsoever. Promotion is something. There is a policy in SAPS which we must follow. And I was saying, the suspicion comes from the person approached and promised a rank for information, because that is dangerous.
Yes.
And I was saying, because you see, when I testified here, I said I found it strange that you call people to assist, and then those people have perception against you, and then there is a sort of choreographing of something and whatsoever. So you must wonder what is happening. So it's a whole lot of things, but I didn't want to venture into that. I said one day it will come out in a right way, but as you're asking, so I have to say it.
Yeah. But General Witness A hasn't said anything negative towards you. He has given you what his experience was, and everything that he has said related to you, he was able to back up with necessary information and with evidence. So I'm not sure where you're getting this, that there's an agenda on his side.
You remember his evidence on the White House when he was asked why suspicion. He said his gut feeling. That is why it makes me suspicious for me to be there. And when I was responded, I said I found it silly that you don't know why the person is there and you are there and it's a public place, you come with such. So you cannot have gut feeling as a police officer, you not supported by anything and then and start making remarks against a person. So even yourself, you won't like it. It must be based on a merit of something. So I think those things made you feel otherwise to say there is something orchestrated against you, or for for what you don't know. As I said, for the past years which I was working, I arrested a lot of police, a lot of people. I don't know, I arrested some of their families or whatever, I don't know. I don't know why is the people angry. And where I am, I'm seeing I was helping, now I become a villain.
Thank you, General. Chair, I have no further questions for the General.
Thank you, Ms. Sigels Ncube.
General, I just want to be fair to you. You remember when we were dealing with your bank statement, we were focusing on October 2024.
Yes.
And for your own reasons, you went to October 2023. And now you've created a perception, even in the minds of the public, of this unexplained transaction. I want to give you the opportunity to explain it so that you don't read in the papers that Shibiri is alleged to have done this and you never got a chance to address it. Go to file 4 on page 24.
Too much.
Are you there, General?
Yes.
Please switch on the other mic. Why is it off?
They are all off. Maybe when we pump them with the books.
That's okay. General, when you started testifying last week, you said your birthday is in October, correct?
Yes.
And then you said the reason you wanted to receive your bonus in December was because it helps with the school fees in January.
Yes.
Yes. So we can take it that your actual birthday is in October.
Yes.
Yes. On page 24, file 4 is your bank statement for the period October 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes. And there's a credit to your account of 58,820 on the 11th of October 2023. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
Just remind us again, when is your birthday?
23rd of October.
23rd. So that money is paid into your account is 58,000, but the transaction you referred us to is a transaction of the same date. If you go 4 entries down, it's a purchase at Zenia for 53,538.
Yes.
And you explained that it's for a purchase of a suit.
Yes, that is the suit I was talking about.
And you said a friend wanted to buy a suit, but they transferred money into your account for you to pay for them.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Just so that we're clear, it was not a gift to you,
No,
a birthday gift.
no,
And it certainly was not a gift to you by any of these three people, either Mr. Matlala or Mr. Mulefa or Mr. Mutsumi.
no. If you check the,
No, listen to the answer to
Okay.
the question. I'm trying to assist you because I don't want us to live with a perception that either of these people purchased the suit for you.
Yes.
So I'm giving you an opportunity so that you deal with this. Just confirm that that purchase of a suit at Xenia for 53,500, it was not a birthday gift for you by either Mr. Matlala, Mr. Mulefa, or Mr. Mutsumi.
no, it was
Yes,
not.
now you can say whatever you wanted to say, then we can finish.
I wanted to say, Commissioner, you can check the deposit is from Africa Steel. Africa Steel is owned by Mr. Cheng, who happened to be a friend of mine. And then he was the one who was buying a suit. His son was getting married. He was getting to China. So he was buying a suit at Zegna. So
It's
he
not a
didn't.
suit, it's a Xenia.
Okay. And then he requested the secretary to forward, to deposit the money to my account so that we can swipe. Yes.
No, I wanted to give you that opportunity because we don't want to live here and people write about you that Mr. Matala bought you a suit and you didn't get the opportunity to clarify that. That's all I needed to clarify.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
General, the last question really from me, and I'm hoping it will be short because the chair has asked me to be short. Now, and you may have answered and clarified this and I missed it. So, and if you have already done so, please bear with me. I just need you then to repeat it. In your statement at paragraph 199, you have stated that you don't know Zeng Malo, you don't know a relationship between Mr. Malema and General Sibia. In fact, maybe let me do it properly. Let me do this properly. You state in paragraph 202, you say that my recollection of the matter is limited to that interaction. There's an interaction earlier where there was a complaint. You were approached by Zeng Malo's lawyers about a burglary, and then you say my recollection of the matter is limited to that interaction, and I have no personal knowledge of Zeng Malo nor of any relationship between him, Lieutenant General Sibia, or Julius Malema. That's what you say at paragraph 202. And then when you were asked about WhatsApp exchanges at page, at file 3, page 195, where Sergeant Nkosi, you were talking about General Khan, you and Sergeant Nkosi, you, at page 194, you say, I understand Khan was suspended on Monday. This is on the 19th of September. And then Nkosi says, the last time I checked, it was an intention to suspend. Let me confirm, he says. And then you say, I was told by one of his friends, Governor in Limpopo. Nkosi says, so it's true if it's from him. It's those extortion cases. And then you say, yes, and some botched drug investigation at KZN. And then here's really what I'm interested in. In the next page, at page 195, Nkosi says, let me check with Ze. It's written Z there, Ze, and then you say, okay. Now, my recollection is you were asked, do you know Ze? You say no. Am I wrong in that recollection?
No, you are not wrong, you're correct.
I'm correct with that. Okay, so you said you don't know him in those chats, and then again, as I've read to you in 202, you say you don't know that relationship. You've now had the benefit of the recording. You've had the recording, which must have jolted your memory. Am I correct to say you revise your position about this issue? You did convey to witness A that there is a relationship between Zeng Malo, Mr. Malema, and General Sibia.
Yes, and I explained why I say that because of those people who came to his office in my presence, and also the taskings from the DNC indicating he got a request for intervention from Mr. Malema.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's not that you don't know anything about him, because that's what you had conveyed in paragraph 202. Even when you were discussing the WhatsApp, you were asked, why does he send this to you? You said, I don't know. Do you know Zay? You said no. So what I'm checking with you is that you do revise your position, that you do know him, and you did mention.
I know the name, not him. I don't know him.
Okay.
And even the description, it
Yes.
was the description from the person who was informing me that time to say he looks like, but I suspected it's the same person.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, maybe let me do this. At page 67 of the transcript, you say, yes, there is this other guy. His name is Z. He's also staying in Senton. He's a Zulu guy, the tall one. So you know him. You know that he's tall. You know that he's a Zulu guy. You know that he stays in Senton. You have that information. And then you then say, and then he is close to Malema. That's you saying that in the telephone call. So Malema is close to Sibia, you see. So you've created, firstly, you know the person. You describe who Zay is. Not just by name, you say he's that tall guy, so you know something about him, but you also know that he's close to Mr. Malema. That's what you say. And then you say, and Malema in 10 is close to Sibia. That's all I was checking, that while you deny categorically in your statement at 202, you deny that you know anything about them having a relationship. Remember that paragraph 202. You say, I never said that, I don't know that. And then in the WhatsApp exchanges, when you were asked, you said, well, he just said he will speak to Z. I don't know who is Z. That's what you said. And I'm saying, but the transcript reflects that you actually do know something, whether you were told or you know it personally, but you conveyed to A that you know something about the relationship amongst these three people, and that Zay is that tall guy, which means you know him personally.
Yes, when I was explaining on the phone, remember it was linked to the information and the description which was given to me. But when coming to this one is the first time you were asking about when Kosi said you will ask Zay or whatever you mentioned. But I didn't know who is he talking about, because it is now in December. I don't know when was that one when I received information, because
It was in September.
Yeah, knowing Kosi that he knows a lot with the lot of officers. I wanted to confirm if this is true, because I didn't believe. I was informed by somebody that the general might be suspended, and he said he's going to. I thought that this person he's talking about might be a member of SAPS, but I was not sure if ever it would be that one.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mkize, if you will be having any re-examination, you need to apply your mind to specific issues, and you should advise us in advance as to those specific issues.
Indeed, Chair, our position as it stands.
But I was thinking you could come back to us on that when we resume after the lunch adjournment.
Indeed, our current position is that the default position is that we are unlikely to do any examination, but should it be necessary, and then of course we'll do it.
You'll just tell us then when we come back whether there is or there isn't. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn and resume at 2:20. Yes, Mr. Oh, gosh. Mr. Mkize?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, our position is for now we don't have any re-examination to do. Should we later consider that we need to do one, then we'll approach the Commission formally by way of an application.
We will excuse the general then. If anything does come down the line, we'll see that then. And I assume there will then have to be a substantive application.
Indeed, Chair, that's
All right.
what we intend to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mkize.
Thank you.
General, thank you very, very much. You are excused.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And thank you, evidence leaders.
Mr.
Chair.
Shaskels? Yes.
Yes, Chair. I was going to ask if we could also be excused with my learned friend.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Shaskelson?
Thanks, Chair. There is now an application for a witness who will call Witness G to be allowed to testify in camera. And Mr. Matlala Attorneys is
That's G for George.
G for George.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps let's come back in when it's indicated to us. We'll stand just outside.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't realize that the legal team wasn't here.
Thank you. Let's adjourn. Just a minute, I'm clearing the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Chaskelson. Good afternoon, Mr. Madlanga.
Afternoon, Chair.
Afternoon, Chair.
Mr. Madlanga is moving an application for witness G to testify in camera.
Thank you. Mr. Madlanga?
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I think at the outset, I'd just like to perhaps inquire as to if the commissioners have read the papers, whether I should traverse any ground over the ground that has been covered in the papers themselves, or whether there's any specific questions over the papers that the commissioners would like to pose.
I think rather present the application the way you want to, and if we want to engage, you will do so. But do that, please do that on the understanding that we've read the papers, so it shouldn't be a regurgitation of the papers.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, yes, we filed an application for our client's testimony to be given partially in camera, so not completely in camera, because our understanding of in camera, in legal practice means when you're giving evidence completely off the record, so to speak. So our client is willing to assist the commission, but there are some sensitivities, as the commission may well know, that he runs some covert operations, and there is a very high-risk unit that he's running based in Gauteng. Naturally, these are some of the details that I wouldn't want to spell out and name publicly right now. So we're of the view that given that Rule 4 of the Commission's rules do make provision for an application of this nature, we believe that this is an opportunity for the Commission to show that it does take the safety of, witnesses, and I'm not suggesting that there was ever any narrative on our part that the Commission does not take the safety of witnesses seriously, but I think it's an opportunity to reaffirm that perception. And then what makes this particular application pertaining to our client unique is that because the witness deals with informers and the likes and operational contacts, their safety may be at risk as well. Should, for instance, somebody who has witnessed our client with a particular informer, there could be conclusions drawn correctly or incorrectly that the particular individuals that may have been seen with the witness were acting in a capacity of, being informers and the like. And what makes it even more riskier is that there's also the risk that individuals who are socially incidental to the witness could also be seen as informers. So that's basically our submission. So what we're asking for, in principle, is for the evidence to be given remotely. However, it can be broadcast and
remotely and off camera.
Remotely and off camera, yes, that's correct, Chair. Remotely and off camera. And if it is possible, we'd also request for, if the technology, if the Commission is in possession of this technology, voice altering technology. Otherwise, what we could do, and I'm just brainstorming here, what we could do is that we could borrow the process that is employed when a translator is used in proceedings, where there's a little bit of a buffer between the person giving evidence and the evidence being received. So in other words, where the witness could give his testimony and then somebody else speaks into the mic, because there is a world where the witness has a unique voice. I'm not saying he does, but there is a world where he does. So I think in principle, those are our submissions. We know that it's a Friday, and we want to keep it short. Thank you, Chair.
I'm just trying to think if you say, for example, if someone is seen talking to the witness, the suspicion may be that that person is an informer. I'm just thinking about the recognition of the voice in that sort of context.
The recognition of the voice is not necessarily.
That is witness G's voice.
Yes, the potential risk of the recognition of his voice does not necessarily pertain to the fears that were articulated regarding him having been seen with other witnesses. It exists alone, but, you know, and I would like the Commission to take judicial notice, if I may, of the era that we're living in, where people are just connecting dots everywhere. You know, on social media, you've got X, you know, and people are just connecting dots. So what we're trying to do is we're just trying to be as prudent as possible to conceal the identity of the witness.
There are many witnesses who have testified before us here, and I remember very few of their voices. So I'm just saying, you know, maybe it may be, but that's not my final view. But getting the voice, distortion, may be a tall order. That's just at this stage. It's a prima facie or prima facie, depending on whether you're a Latinist. That may be a tall order. I don't know.
Chair, that is completely understood. I do not want to, you know, belabor the point or hammer the point, and if it is unreasonable in the circumstances, then
I'm not going so far as to be that strong, at least not at this stage. You said those are all the submissions you wish to make. Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Chair, I accept Mr. Matlala's proposition that the witness cannot be visually identified. If he is running agents and informants, his face can't be shown because that will endanger the people who speak to him. It's not clear to me. Well, we have investigated whether we have voice-altering technology, and we didn't come up with any satisfactory results there. It's not clear to me that he will be identifiable by voice. And so it seems to me that the request for off-screen testimony that will nonetheless be streamed, but not with any visuals, is one which we would support, but we wouldn't go beyond that. There is an issue that I would want to flag, though, which is that, and it's not raised by Mr. Matlala, it is that some of the questions that I may ask this witness may render him identifiable with reference to information that is publicly available. And those are not questions I can avoid asking because they will be directly relevant to the inquiries of the Commission. And I would, I'd like to just place that issue before the Commission now. My proposal is that I could structure my questioning such that any questioning that would expose the identity of the witness can be dealt with in one particular session, which might have to be entirely in camera. But if the Commission is inclined to make a ruling of that nature, then it should make it in the form of a rule nisi, because we've given an undertaking to the media that we won't ask for a fully in-camera testimony again without giving 72 hours notice to the media to object. The witness is not going to testify on our schedule for at least another 3 weeks, so the 72-hour problem doesn't arise in this case. But I do think that, I think it's incumbent on me to raise that now, because otherwise we will bang into it in the middle of the hearing and suddenly we will face a potential problem where the mere posing of the question, never mind the answer to the question, might identify the witness.
What we propose is not to make an order now, especially seeing that there will be a rule nisi anyway. So we suggest that between the two of you, you should put together a draft for us, which will then be publicized, obviously not less than 72 hours. Yeah, we'll just leave it to you then to put together something. Once you've agreed, you'll then finish it to us as soon as you are ready.
Thank you. We'll certainly do that as soon,
I'm
as,
happy
soon
to
as
do that.
possible.
Happy.
Yes. So the order for today will just be a stand down until we've received the draft.
Thank you. Sorry
Thanks,
for not
Chair.
arranging that in advance.
No. I assume it couldn't be foreseen. We will adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Monday. Let's adjourn.